Gamers,
Hi, gamers.
we're back. And we're not wearing masks all day.
Delightful.
How are you, everybody?
Welcome. So good to see you.
The current soundtrack playing is Chicory.
Of
Chicory.
course, always Chicory.
We're always rocking the Chicory constantly.
Because they allow you to play it. Bro, you're so right, actually.
Oh,
We're never safe.
doing great, Nate. That's what they always call me. It's Wednesday.
My dudes?
I was asking a question.
Yeah. I thought it was a confident statement.
Someone tell Glory in chat I will turn on captions. I have to use two browsers because the browser I work does not work with the caption software anymore. Okay.
Okay, bye, Ben.
Hello, is it working? Bye, Bean, it says in the captions.
Bye, Bean.
Bye, Bean. Captions are on. You may need to refresh if you were here. I don't know how that works. Oh, boy. Yeah, we have been working kind of nonstop for the last week. Almost straight.
Mm-hmm. It's a good time. I love to do that.
We had to prep last week. We streamed as well last week.
We streamed right before we left.
We had to pack.
Yep.
Then we had to drive. Then we had to hotel. Then we had to drive more. And then we did PAX. And then we came back from PAX. And literally, the reason we're late today, it's not the usual Nate's just sitting around.
Hey, I was working. What are you talking about? We never do that.
I was working on the video that we're using as the companion for today's stream until literally I hit live. It had finished exporting and I hit live. And
here we are. Hooray.
Lots of stuff. We got lots of stuff to do.
Yeah.
And we're excited. We're excited. How's everybody doing? How's everybody feeling? There's gonna be some stuff, you know. If you were in the Discord, you'll have seen some of these little pictures and things. But lots of stuff to talk about. Like I said, about 45 different games, panel discussions, just interactions. There's one whole interaction we forgot to put on the list, actually.
Oh, no?
The one from the start of day 3, I think it was.
That means nothing to me at this point. I'm so sorry.
I'll bring it up.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I'm going to learn right alongside the rest of you what that is.
Man. So, yeah, look. I just broke, my thing over here.
Good work.
Here we are, chat. We're back triumphant with our PAX media badges.
Never forget.
Which is really cool. And we have so much to talk about. There's things on here that we'll talk about when we get to it. Yeah, I mean, we'll probably get right into it here in a second, but anything you want to say before we even get, because we do have I have the intro built in and everything, so.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just ready to talk about it. If y'all have any questions, let us know.
Yeah, at any point, just let us know if you. Any question about anything, you see something and you're like, "What's that? What was that?" You know, let us know. We'll answer you. We will, of course, be having. This is just the beginning of our PAX coverage. We will have lots of articles, so some stuff we won't go into too far.
Fish already has the hard.
Oh, we got answers for you.
He's been writing these down all week.
So let me just go ahead and switch over to our usual screen. The music's gonna be playing this whole time. There is the initial screen.
That's us. And you know what? I think you actually managed to send me one photo from every day.
Yeah, no, that we did that, right? That was like our conscious thing.
There were some days though we like forgot until the very end of the day. We were like, we gotta do that at least once.
Okay, I've gone ahead and muted. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep it pretty mute. And then we will. We have so many questions already.
So many questions.
So we'll start with a little Q&A,
weirder too.
and then as we get closer to the start of the actual discussion, you know, we'll switch it up. But yeah, the music will just be playing. We'll switch up the music as we go along. But let's start our little video. Why don't we?
Sure.
I think it actually starts with like a solid minute of just the screen. So yeah, we went to PAX West. Can you believe it?
I can and can't believe it. I can't believe we survived it.
It was pretty nutty. I think we did pretty well, all things considered. We were probably a little underprepared because just even heading into the weekend, you know, you have a day job, and that was
a very demanding day job.
That was a lot of work to do in the lead up to the show.
Yeah.
So like
it really put us at a disadvantage, I think, compared to, you know, just a lot of people that do this regularly or do this full time.
Just do this as their day job. So that really put us on the back foot a bit. You know, all kinds of things happened on our way out the door. We forgot our camera, so all the footage and all the pictures you'll see are from our phones. And as we get into it here now, wait, it's not going. Wait, why?
What's up?
It wasn't showing here.
Oh yeah, it wasn't. That was weird.
Are you good, bro?
I wasn't looking where you were looking.
Wait, I think I know. If I do this.
We forgot our camera at home, like on the way to Seattle. We didn't leave it there, thankfully. That would have been horrible.
Okay, I know what to do. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Yes, this is a professional. You're correct, Mad Rat. This is a professional operation.
Always. We can't do it any other way.
Okay.
Woo!
What the fuck just happened there?
Zoom in. What was the frog counter at PAX? That's a great question.
You will see soon.
Yeah, we should have been keeping more precise track. But
why is it doing that? Chat, are you? I mean, chat can't see that. I'm realizing. Why is my little window just flying away? If there's any developers in here, do not watch.
Close your eyes right now,
Close the window
please.
right now until we tell you to open your eyes again.
Okay. We're getting somewhere. How many treats did Phyllis get? So many.
So many,
because
dude. She was a little shit the whole time. Okay. So we're going to just kind of let the photos run. A lot of these photos are just kind of random photos of the show floor, not related to the things we did, you know, random photos of different things. So we'll just let those play. But let's start at the top. We had questions.
Let's start there.
We had, how was the temperature in the hall? So this year's PAX was kind of brand new, where they had it in two different buildings. Mm-hmm. There's the Arch building, which is what traditional PAX West was normally held in, the Arch building, and then there was the brand new Summit building, which you see here. Wow,
there it
perfectly
is.
timed.
Beautiful.
The Summit building. This was the show floor of the Summit building, and so the Summit building is a brand new one. Kind of nice, kind of good AC.
Pretty great.
Still can get pretty sweaty, obviously.
Yeah, very much so. Especially on Saturday.
Yeah, but not bad. The Arch, on the other hand, a hellscape. So sweaty. Just so... I can't describe it. Just constantly dabbing your forehead.
We're masked, so
you
have
like a pool of water in your mouth, and it's just a whole thing.
Horrible.
Yeah,
I did bring like, this was totally by accident, but I did bring, like, a little handheld electrical fan, and that was a godsend. Like, we would have died.
Here's Pikachu. I think I left in this one. Just because it was so funny. Okay. Anyways.
Just a couple of strangers. Sorry to whoever those people are.
What about the restroom? Again, well, actually, both buildings. The restrooms were pretty nice.
Yeah, the restrooms were fine.
I'm so happy to
very
finally be back home where I have a normal height toilet, though.
Oh my god.
Every toilet in the hotels, in the... Oh, wait, hold on. I got to go back on this one.
Why? What is
because
this?
of what our first thing said. And let's see.
Oh, no.
This will be a test of the audio, too.
Don't unmute it. No.
All gender restrooms, yes.
There were a couple. Not that many.
I feel like they meant for all of them to be. Like, I think all this... There's signs on, like...
No, some of them specifically did have signage. And some of them, like... I saw a couple specifically in the Summit building that I think, like, already were all-gender bathrooms. I don't know if they were, like, single stall or whatever. But, yeah, I only saw one in Arch, and it was, like, they had changed it. They had put signage up.
That's what I'm saying. I think there were multiple in the Arch that just... You had to, like, get in, and then it would say inside all gender.
Yeah.
So, like, that was kind of confusing. But, like, I think there were multiple over there. They weren't built in that way from the beginning.
Yeah. But it was better than I expected.
Yeah.
Like, I've been to some events where it's just, like, they don't give you anything.
Here, I'll let this play really quick. Let's see if the sound is coming through. Yes.
So obviously first we gotta hit DoorDash, right?
Yeah. DoorDash, and like right when you walk in, there's like some sponsors. Okay, I'll turn it down. I didn't know. I didn't know what it was gonna be like. But I'll turn it way down, but because lots of building. What was I saying?
DoorDash was...
Yeah,
like
AT&T, DoorDash, they were kind of like the first things you saw when you walked in. Let's see, how many floor sits? Lots of floor sitting.
All the floor sitting, every possible chance I could get.
Yeah.
Just to ground myself.
At demo stations that you clearly would cause traffic jams to sit at, but we did it anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, people were doing it all over the place. We were as unobtrusive as possible.
Yeah, no.
What about gamer stench? Honestly, because of the masks, and I'm just gonna say, there just wasn't that much gamer stench. People were pretty clean.
Yeah.
People were clean.
Pretty clean people, and yeah, again, we were masked. I have no idea.
Good job.
It was really disgusting outside of it.
Beastie Ball. What did Beastie Ball smell like? Like determination.
Yes, that's true.
Did you see Penny and/or Arcade? No, we didn't. We did not. Can you... Okay, the camera, blah, blah, blah. What was the fraud counter at PAX? Again, we will have some answers about that. I'll start... I just wanted to pause it on the Mind Flare for folks that wanted to see that.
Take it in.
How many truths did Phyllis
waste.
get? Again, a lot. Oh, here. Here, I'm scared now. It's going to be too loud. All the DJs. Okay, shouting out the Yamatsu.
And the Yamatsu.
The D-Gens. Did Phil pee or poo in the hotel?
Legally, we cannot confirm
Legally,
or deny.
we cannot say anything. Take that as you will.
Yeah.
Masks always make you like 10 degrees hotter. Yeah. Stayed hydrated. Yeah, we were pretty hydrated the whole time. They had bottle filling stations and stuff.
The first day, I think we both forgot our bottles. Or we forgot mine, maybe. And yeah, that day was like the roughest.
Yeah. We purposely only took one bottle, and then it was just like, and we didn't know where the water filling station.
Yeah,
day one was figuring stuff out.
Once you find everything, it feels so much like easier and more comfortable. But yeah, that first day we were just like, I don't know where anything is.
So also to be clear with this footage right now, this was the media hour on day one, so that's why it's so empty.
Yeah.
We were like in the footage, you can probably there's parts of us here saying like, wow, it's so empty, which is really cool. Did we any protesters that hate Blidio blames? Yes, lots, so many. Actually, not really. Towards the end.
Yeah.
There was one
not so many.
Jesus man.
Yeah, there was like a hate preacher out in the front one time. But it was like at the end of the day, so we were already like heading back. So we just kind of avoided that.
Did you meet any fans of VGG? It's hard to say fan, but we did get to hang out with some of the people that like we've covered in the past, which was really cool. You'll see that in here. And we, made some new friends. I could say that much. So that was pretty cool.
For sure.
How many times did paparazzi stop you for pics? Oh, 0.
0 times.
We were masked,
Yeah,
so they really couldn't
recognize
identify us.
We had the hats, pulled down low, just in case.
Yeah, you just had to really feel the convention. Mad Rut. Look at this sick
for you.
booth. It was like a bar, and so like I think these tablets had a Vampire the Masquerade like mobile game experience type thing, and then around the sides you can see there was like here actually, can you see my mouse? Yeah, you can. You'll see over here there's all these little rooms, and they were actually doing there's a Vampire the Masquerade VR game. I actually didn't know that. And each one of those had games playing. Protesters just well, yeah, not really protesting video games in general, but just protesting about their faith, I guess.
I don't know.
I don't
really know what those people are.
Any fish is gonna love this games. Well, you'll just have to wait and find out here in a second. We'll let this keep playing.
What was the coziest game of the weekend? Ooh.
Might have to wait till the end for that one too.
Yeah, we have sort of a like best of or like standouts at the end. So maybe we'll tack that in there. Which was the most cozy.
I hope you're still there to see this vampire. I mean, look how cozy that place was, right? So now that was the Summit building, and we went over to the Arch here. Fae Farm was the big sponsor of the show. It was, you'll see, it's on the lanyard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Fae
they were big time. I didn't realize they had that kind of money.
Yeah, and then they had a big booth, and then so this was kind of the exit of the indie kind of area in the Arch building.
Mm-hmm. We got some garden story there.
There's the garden story
There's
boy,
our
Concord.
Guy.
And yeah, I if I had to look at a giant E-Free, we didn't take a picture with him. Don't ask. We were busy.
Cuisinier, my beloved.
I think if we had to summarize, and here's Fae Farms. Here's Fae Farms' ridiculous booth. But if we had to summarize our experience with PAX West, I think it's just fulfilling. It was really... One, it was not as stressful and chaotic and scary and painful as we thought it might be. Look at these cute
Only
little
some moments.
garden.
I know, this was amazing.
Yeah, there were a few moments, but on the whole, it was a lot smoother of an experience. And just getting to chat with developers from across the industry. Oh,
here's spooky time.
We got to turn the audio on for this one. Getting to talk with all these different developers was just such a delight, and it was so inspiring and just exciting. Hearing people that really got excited about what we were doing with VGG. Getting to share that with people and have them kind of go back to us with that's awesome, and I really want to keep in touch, and it was so cool, and it's happened again and again and again, and we'll talk about that as we go. But yeah, it was very cool. Yeah, here's the Freddy Fazbear. Talk about having a presence as well. They had a giant booth. This is loud in our ears.
They had him walking around too.
Yeah, and they would
traffic.
I know, it's kind of just don't do that. They would have him come out and they'd be like, "All right, everybody, get out the way. Here comes Freddy." And it's just come on.
I'm like, please, I'm dead on my feet right now. You
Yeah.
get out of my way,
Yeah,
Freddy.
exactly. Yeah, but I mean, I think if I had to summarize, if you have any thoughts just of the general overall thing here.
Yeah, I mean, just going off of what you were saying, it was just really awesome to connect with people and with their games outside of almost a marketing perspective,
Yeah.
outside of the PR that they send us, and just oh my god, jump
I did
scare.
a jump scare. Do you like that?
yeah, just, connecting with people on a human level is something that we haven't got to do a lot, especially, like, since the pandemic started, and this is, like, the only event that we've been to representing BGG, and so it was just really cool to connect on that level and hear everyone's passion in, like, a really profound way.
Yeah, it really was just... It was energizing, really, because especially after we've had such a rough patch trying to get work done on VGG with COVID and all these other things that kept cropping up for us. This was a really exciting event to, get us re-energized about games in general, about our work and everything else. Yeah, it was really cool. So I'm just so excited that we had the opportunity to do this. That all these developers worked with us so nicely to showcase their games.
Yeah.
It was really cool. And
yeah, people were just, like, really generous with their time.
Oh God, he's got a gun. He's got a gun, but he's got bad aim. It's okay.
He has terrible aim.
So I want to also
look at the pain in your eyes.
I know. I was gonna say, try to track in all the different photos of us.
Yeah, you can really see it.
This was like day 3.
This was day 3.
So I'm not even at my worst yet.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. We, like, weirdly picked up on day 4.
Yeah, and we'll explain
until,
why.
Like, the end.
But
best outfits.
There was a lot of so the one thing you won't see in here because we just were so busy is cosplay photos.
Yeah.
Because for us, it's like if you want to go up and take photos of cosplays, like you kind of want to do the whole thing. Can I get your socials? Here's our card. Here's the, okay. And it just becomes this whole, like, instead of, I don't want to be that guy that's just taking pictures of people and then posting them online, So I didn't want to, like, we were literally barely ever had a break.
0 seconds to spare.
So...
I'll shout out one that stands out to me still. There was a really cool, like, Cult of the Lamb cosplay.
Yeah, every time you saw them.
They were so cute. It was like a really, like, femme, like, lamb cosplay. Like, they were so cute, and they had, like, the like, cape and, like, a big curly white wig. They were really adorable.
Yeah. And there was
that Persona one.
Yeah, there was a Persona one, a Joker one, where they had the, like, combat interface as, like, giant car. I was sitting on the floor. We were trying to shovel down lunch in between appointments, and I was like, I almost, like, got up and ran over. But, like, again, in any moment we weren't going to appointments, we were, like, hard crashing.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry.
You know what's funny though? Mom Toyd did go and take some pictures of cosplayers
which
one
is really
day.
funny. So if you want to go check,
she was out getting dumplings and she was like,
she has
a picture.
This Pikmin I was gonna shout out, which is just a full bodysuit Pikmin,
Oh,
which
yeah.
just looks so goofy and wonky and had a giant, head.
We saw a lot of Pikmins and a lot of Koroks.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
They were all really cute.
Here, okay, so the reason day 4 picked up a lot for us and we felt energized, this was day 4.
There was no
one. Look at this. This was the beginning of the day.
Yeah. It was amazing.
We were getting ready to go into the biggest building, the, like, busiest building, and this was what it looked like. It was nuts.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the Monday crowd. We know. Monday, we should book all our appointments earlier in the week, and then Monday is just our free roam day.
Yeah, because by this time, like, whereas we were waiting in lines of, like, dozens of people, those same games that day had maybe, like, one person in front of us. We'd wait, like, 15 minutes to get in.
That was a PC, by the way, that Last of Us thing, which is cool. And this is, I think, the outro to our little intro. Oh, no, there's a food montage, so you get to see some of our food.
Yeah, we had a question about that too.
I wanted you to hear. This is the final day. Watch my what's the word? My gait. Is that what when you're walking? Is that watch my gait and just listen to me. Okay?
Well, he's struggling. He's struggling for real.
I physically cannot move faster than
Bye.
So this was the breakfast offering.
We were head empty. Let's not talk about it.
I'm not lying when I say I physically could not move faster than that.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, it took every part of me to move forward at that point. At the end of day 4, I hit a wall hard, and we'll talk about that when we get there, but I was dead.
All my walls were mental, baby.
So, we had that breakfast. This is some of the convention floor food, which I think I have a photo in here. Yeah, just honestly, yeah, if you stop, you're dead.
Yeah.
Because it just hurts more.
We made that mistake once, too.
This was at a little cafe, not bad.
Mm-hmm. This was bad.
But it got us, it did the job. We had the Dough Zone, which was a dumpling shop. It was pretty good. We had, this is some chicken karaage curry. And then I had the chicken katsu curry, Japanese style.
This was pretty good. I don't remember where that was from.
Here's the late night at the end of everything, right?
Yeah, that was at end of day 4. I was like, I deserve a little treat.
Why is this so small?
Tiny
kind of better.
Milkshake. Okay, so we had a question. What was the best food we ate at PAX? For me, it was this.
Is this your one or my one? I don't even know. But
I think this was mine. So it was a place called Katsu Burger, and all of their burgers were katsu.
It was pretty good.
This one was the curry one, so it had like a curry mayo, Japanese mayo.
Yeah,
cabbage.
I stuck to their like classic one because it just had Japanese mayo, and I really like Japanese mayo, just regular. So I stuck to that one. It was pretty good too.
This was so good.
I had curry fries, which kind of ended up being like fries dusted with curry powder more than anything, which is fine. It was the first few were weird at the top, and then as you got further in, it was good. And then we also had those curries were from a place downstairs, just like literally across the street from our hotel. That was a green tea place, and so Mom had gotten us some green teas from there to waiting for us when we came home, and those were kind of weird. I just don't like.
Neither of us like matcha.
I just don't like matcha.
But they were fine. We drank them.
Oh.
But yeah, that was definitely a highlight for me.
This was on the way home, We just had some. We said, let's just stop at this one place, let Mom buy some stuff. Mom bought everything they had.
Did you include the picture?
I think I might have.
I had a full
I
picture
hope I
of
did.
the haul. No.
Oh, what's this? Oh, chat.
A teaser.
As you might have gained from me barely making it to the stream today. Our famed Jollibee ranking will not be here today because it was a 50-minute video.
Yeah.
And I could not edit that down in time.
So sorry.
So maybe Saturday or something, because I think we have a scheduled video or stream.
Yeah.
So maybe we can toss that in there. I'm sorry. We're dead. We're dead on our brains. Like we were dead on our feet. We're dead on our brains now. So that's coming down the pipeline here.
There's only so much time in the day.
But with that,
wow, what's this?
Comes
the whole intro.
The dawn of the first day, taking us to our first batch of games.
With the sound effects.
Starting with Wildwoods.
Wildwoods.
So we started our show again in the Summit building, the newer building, with the media hour, and so we're just kind of wandering around. We don't really know what to do. We're all nervous, and we're like baby, and we're like I don't know, and we of course spot Wildwoods. If you don't know, is a game we featured in our. Excuse me. We featured in our top at 8 indie games we're excited for in the year. Turns out this is not a game coming out this year anymore, but
Yeah. That's okay.
We kind of wandered over, and we were looking at it, taking pictures. And this lovely man just comes up and goes, "Don't be shy," and invites us to come play. And we hop on the station and play us a little Wildwoods with, oh my god, some of these photos turned tiny for some reason. Great job, me.
There you go. I found the link.
So yeah, let's talk about Wildwoods. This is footage from just a demo. It's not exactly the demo we played. It may be an older build. Apologies. There will be times where we do not have footage of us playing because we both were playing and we didn't have someone to film. So yeah, Wildwoods. It is a fun little cooperative. How would I put this? We talked to them. They said Lovers in a Dangerous Space-Time is a big inspiration for them. It's the idea of like pushing something, getting a vehicle from one point to another as safely as possible, fueling it with resources that you're getting, which is in this case at night you have to fuel it with firewood to stoke a fire that gives you visibility. On the side there you see there's like these little flowers. That's a little that's like your healing pot. You fuel that with the plants that you can see over there in the right, and whenever you do that, that's where you can go and heal up after fighting. And at the front, you've got your gold,
Your money bags.
which is there'll be occasional stops as you go to buy upgrades and stuff. So yeah, we hopped in and we got to play with one of the developers. It was first thing we're doing at the show. And we had a really good time. It was like the greatest, probably the best way for us to start the show because it kind of set the tone of, the good vibes and
and the chaos.
And the chaos
And
as
the
well.
chaos
And the
vibes.
chaos as well. And the developer was just such a fun guy. He was just kind of goofing around with us, and getting ready for what was going to be chaos for him, and yeah, what
And he was just off of Gamescom too.
yeah, he had just come back from Gamescom,
That's
literally
wild.
not even 48 hours before, I don't think, is when Gamescom ended, so that is nuts. But yeah, I mean, what you see is what you get with this game. It's fighting off waves of enemies at night, collecting resources during the day, and just kind of, constantly moving. That was one of the things we talked about with the developer at the end of the day. Was like, there's never, just like PAX itself, right? There's never a moment's break. You're constantly going, you're constantly pushing. And it had that good vibe. It kind of reminded us a little bit of Unrailed, because the cart is constantly going. You have to keep the path clear ahead of it. And I think in this demo already, that's a difference, is the cart just stopped. But in the demo, if there's like logs blocking, what was the name of the like ram? He said a name for them. I don't know.
I don't remember.
But if you bash into the log, it'll crash, and a bunch of your resources will fall off the cart.
So not only collecting as you go, but looking ahead at what's coming.
Buying, and you see they're coming up to a store here. You have to buy stuff when you get there. And yeah, it was just a good. Oh no! Are some of the why did all these pictures do this?
Weird. I don't know.
But yeah, well, I'll go back a little since we're not done with that. Baby pics. Hi, Bradley. Welcome.
Hi, Bradley.
Yeah. What was your overall take on our finally getting hands-on with Wildwoods?
Yeah, I mean, it was basically just exactly what I was expecting. Like, nothing really surprising, but I was already super looking forward to this game. So, like you said, just reminded me of a lot of experiences we've really loved before, you know, not in that it was like terribly similar to them, but just like the feeling that it gives you is just that really cozy / chaotic co-op experience. So yeah, I'm still really looking forward to this one.
You pick your path.
That's
what this branching path was. So often in our demo, we chose to keep fighting to make more money for the shops. And then at the end of each... Oh, thank you. Our little waving. At the end of each path, like at the end of the road, is a boss fight usually. And I think... I might be wrong, so don't, 100% quote me. I think they said their plan is 8 biomes.
Sounds correct.
Yeah, 8 biomes, so like 8 levels essentially that you go through and do this cycle with, where the boss at the end, and you go through the path, protecting the cart, upgrading it as you go. Just has that. It's a perfect little pick up and play. It doesn't. The scope is right at where it needs to be. It doesn't need to be more. And I think it's going to be a game that, people can just pick up together as a family, and play.
It felt very approachable. Like we were playing on normal. They had easy, normal, and hard. And there was, some, like, difficulty, at least for me, as I was still picking it up. But, the precision of, like, where you're throwing your resources and things like that. And then just the sheer number of enemies, which they said also scales.
Scales, yeah. With the amount of players.
The number of players. So yeah, it was like approachable, but still had a bit of a challenge, I think. So.
And they let us know that is coming in 2024, most likely. I think they talked about potentially having beta. If you are a member of their Discord, so if you're interested in it, want to try to get hands on a little early, hop in their Discord.
I gotta hop in their Discord.
Yeah, but yeah, that was how we started our show, and that was a good time. And now we move on to a game that I did not expect to be there, from Panic, which is Despelote. Let's go, Cat.
Go, Cat. Welcome.
Cat's hopping in their Discord.
Months.
Very cool. So Despelote was, if you haven't seen it in a previous event, this was the one that's, I think it's, what's the specific, is it Colombia? I think it is, right? Because it's the year that they make it to the World Cup.
Let me double check.
Yeah, go look that up. But has a really interesting style, and it's you just playing as a kid, growing up in the area, just excited about soccer. All he can think about is soccer. So you can see it starts in this classroom. One of the things that I didn't necessarily pick up on anytime I'd seen the game shown at different events. Ecuador. Was the kind of, as you can see, the location. If anyone has had a VR headset and has done pass-through, the landscape kind of looks like that. It kind of looks like the way they scan rooms and stuff with VR or with that technology, like LiDAR technology. All the like environment looks like that, and then all the characters are these like 2D, hand-drawn characters. Yeah, so yeah, it's on dots. I forgot this footage has you peeking around the corner, but yeah, the gameplay is literally just being a curious kid. You just kind of wander through this park. You wander through your school, and you get obsessed with you can't get rid of this ball. And the controls are really interesting, where left stick is obviously controlling you, the right stick is controlling your right leg or whatever leg, and so like you have to like, if you want to actually turn your body, you have to hold the stick to the right because you got to kick the ball over to the side, to properly turn and keep the ball in front of you. Like, he does not want to let this ball go, and so yeah, you just kind of get into mischief as you go around. You
get chased by adults.
Yeah, get chased by adults. In this sequence, we're at recess, and you only have so much time before you have to go back in, and so like the kids end up running off and hiding, and it's this whole thing. There's a really cool sequence later where he's so obsessed with soccer that he has like this dream where he's in this just large green field. I don't know if you saw this or if you had gone off to
no.
Time Flies at this point. But you're in this giant green field and you can just kick the ball like so hard, so fast, and like a new ball falls from the sky, you know, and it's just like this place where like he just is feeling the joy of soccer, you know, and football.
It's in the great beyond with the big soccer ball
in
the sky.
It really sold that like idea of, you know, being a kid, just getting lost, you know, having fun. Another sequence I really liked was later on you get home and you can just lay there for as long as you want. In the demo, they allowed you to just kind of sit there. You choose when you stand up and you go downstairs, your parents are there and they're like, hey, you know, come to the dinner table. And then you can go over to the little like SNES or whatever it is, you know, some old console, and try to start playing like a soccer game. And you control it, and I was like, oh, this looks cool. I can't wait to I'm gonna play this. And then your dad comes up and turns it off. He's like, come on, dinner now. And you're just like, oh man, you know, like it totally brings you into that you know, childlike, you know, again, mischief and just like that childlike wonder is really sold. Even though again the style of the environment, because I'm used to it being. Yeah, I like the LiDAR and the dots. Like, I'm so used to that being used in so many other places. It's kind of a weird, off-putting, but comfortable. Like, it's a really interesting aesthetic choice for something that's like selling this childlike wonder and stuff. I don't. What do you have at having, you know, peeked at it from over the shoulder?
Nothing really different, I would add. And we didn't really talk about it after because I had gone over to another game. So it's cool to hear about just that full experience because I didn't actually see all of that.
Yeah, that dream world really stuck out to me. And yeah, there's lots of opportunity to be a little shit. There's like in the park, there's like people doing yoga and you can like kick the ball with them, you know. There's like there was a moment where there was like the bigger kids that were playing soccer and I like stole the ball from them. They're like, hey, give it back. And then like I didn't, and then they pushed me over and they're like, I'll beat your ass if you do that again, you know. And you're just like, okay, my bad. So yeah, that was a really interesting experience. And again, I did not know that was gonna be on the show floor, which was really cool. Panic's whole presence was something I didn't know was gonna be here, and they have a lot of excellent games, including Time Flies, which you played on the first day, but I was playing Despelote, so I didn't get footage of you. So this is footage of day 4. Last day we went back, and so this is me playing a little bit, and then I have a little bit of the trailer. But if you don't remember, Time Flies is the game where they did make me panic with joy. Time Flies is the game where you're playing as a little fly, and it's you keep going back into this house and you're trying to kick off things from your bucket list, essentially. So there's things like get drunk, go on a world tour, this and that, blah blah blah. So you can see, oh, I'm like, get drunk, I gotta hop into this wine glass, let me do that. Oh, but I'm just a fly and I'm dead now.
I did the exact same thing, buddy.
But then you'll notice what I immediately caught on to is, okay, I know what I have to do to get the fly drunk. There's a little bit on the bottom of the glass, and you come back to that and you sip that up and you're good to go. You might also notice in the upper left, I have just a brief glimpse of it here at the end of the trailer. I forget if it's in our footage here. I forget if it's in the proper trailer, so I'm just going to talk about it here. There you go. You could, for like a half second, you can see it here. The way that timer in the upper left is set is you pick a region of the world. So it can be where you actually are. A country in the world. It can be where you actually are, or it can be you can just experiment and see what other places there are on the list. And it sets your timer in seconds at the average life expectancy of people in that country. So, if, for example, you know, I think I was Mauritius, and I had about a 65-second timer when I played. But I bet if you go to, like, I don't know, Sweden, it's got to be up in the 70s. Mm-hmm. You know, it changes. So it's almost, Yeah, of people. Yeah. So it's really kind of telling you and having you reckon with like mortality and getting things done while you can while you're alive, and obviously has kind of a silly sense of humor. Um, no, yeah, it's of people, but in seconds. So it's the years in seconds, right? So you know, again, like I think in America we're like at 72 or something like that, maybe a little
I have no
higher.
idea.
So it'd be 72 seconds. There's a lot of you can change it too. It's not like you're locked into where you are. Like you can that's what I saw a glimpse of at the end there is you get to choose from a list.
Yeah.
You'll notice also the timer does freeze now and again, which gives you some leeway.
Yeah, I think that's when you're actually like near
Like
near
a goal.
one of your goals.
Yeah.
It like pauses for you to do it.
Treacherous, have I tried not dying? You know, I will try that next time.
We only had so much time, we had to try dying first.
I'll let you go on next, or like you talk about it, and then I'll talk about some of the scenarios I really liked.
Yeah. I mean, I was just gonna add, like, everyone's saying it's a little dark, and like it is, but it has such a like cheeky and like clever feeling with like the little puzzles that you end up with, because you go in, just not even knowing what you're supposed to be doing. You just like have this life ahead of you, and you have to figure out what to do with it, and so you're just like experimenting, and then you stumble upon something. And it just has like a really surprise and delight kind of feel as you like figure those out. Like it's really satisfying. Ignore that. That's don't worry about that. Yeah, it's just like really clever,
and it's so
like, gives you these aha moments.
It's so simple to play. It's
Yeah,
literally
it's very simple.
just left stick. You fly around. If you hit a surface, the fly just starts climbing it, and you can walk along it. Obviously, that slows you down, so that's not a great thing. You want to, again, you're maximizing your time. And hello, Sam. I really like there's all kinds of interesting little things you can discover the further you get into the house and all these things. It reminds me of, if you've played it, Minute. It is a game where you play as a little dude, a little hero, and he has a minute to go out and save the world. And at the end of a minute, he dies, and you just slowly uncover the best path through. It's kind of got a similar vibe here, where you might slowly piece together how to get this fly to get all his things done in the limited time you have. One of this will be our outro for it. The fun little thing I discovered in my playthrough was there was like a little model at some point, and I flew into it, and it was a small model of the house. And so I was back in like a room that I was in. I was like, oh, huh. And then I went through and I went to where I started my adventure, and then there was another little fly there, and I got I got the goal. The little bucket list came up, and it said, "Discover yourself." And I was like,
that was a great one.
That's so good. And then it was even better, and I'm sad that it didn't happen. If you go further into that model house, you find a model inside the model, and I was like, "Oh, can I go in there?" And I couldn't. But yeah, just again. It was a perfect little demo game, too, because you could just play, like you only played, like, 2-3 times, and then you're like, okay, because we had to go off to an appointment or something, and, yeah, it just made for a really simple demo, where some, at an event like this, there were some games that didn't make for the best demos at an event like this, and I think this was, a difference in that way.
Totally.
Next, this is just we do have some footage. So this is The Dreamer Must Die. This is from their Twitter account. So we borrowed that because we didn't actually take a picture. So after we did Time Flies, we wandered off to the we were walking along the edges. We wanted to see what was all there, scout things out. And as we walk by The Dreamer Must Die, this guy notices us and is like, "Hey, what are you guys doing? Whoa, what's going on? Hey, this is The Dreamer Must Die. How you doing? Wow." And just so energetic and so, like, goofy. And we just sat and chatted with him for a bit about the game, about PAX. And yeah, he was just he had just such a good energy. And of course that meant, so we saw him on day one during the media hour, right? But he was like, it's friendly. It wasn't that.
It wasn't like car salesman energy. It was just goofy and fun.
You could tell he was just as anxious as we were.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it was like this, like, oh, that's nice. Like, he was trying so hard because he explained to us, like, he's like, I'm friends with the developer.
Yeah.
I'm just here to help him.
He's just the hype man.
Yeah,
and
I'm
I was
just
like,
here to.
I can admire that. That's a great way to use your
And,
like,
you know, like,
charisma for somebody.
Immediately after he like pitched us initially, he's like, am I doing okay? You know, like, you know, it was that kind of vibe, you know. And so it was really sweet. So we ended up we stopped by the booth. We were like, this was fun. And then we ended up coming back on day 4 and playing the game. So The Dream Must Die is kind of this weird, surreal action shooter is what they call it. Actually, it probably doesn't feel like it is when you look at this gameplay, but it has really interesting elements. As you saw, the sprint is you get on a bike. There are these. You're in a dream world. You're asleep throughout the whole game. You're in a dream world. You're lucid dreaming, and you run into these like shadow beasts and creepy things out in this world, and you're just trying to figure out what this world is because this is like kind of brand new to you. And there's a whole it has some elements. It has some haunted PS1 kind of vibes. They said there's Souls elements to it, where the combat, there's bullet hell elements to it. The combat is really intense. And yeah, it really was. There's moments where I was just walking down hallways and a giant tentacle came out and kind of smashed me around, and that thing was like impossible to kill, and you know, there were bullets flying everywhere, and it was just it's one of those games where you look at it from like far away and you're like, I don't know what's happening here, but I'm kind of into all of it. The demo was split into 2 pieces. There was like the puzzle sequence, which was more of a slow paced. You were walking around this like museum and you had to like watch these statues for this guy, and you had to like piece together a puzzle based on some like weird paper that was like eternally on fire, eternally wet, eternally like flapping in the wind. Like it's got a lot of weird stuff going on, and I don't know if you know this about VGG, but we like weird stuff, and so
some weird stuff here.
That pulled us in pretty immediately. and no better sign of the weirdness than the sequence that does come up after this. Eternally wet. That is the VGG mantra.
Yeah.
This sequence, this was the end of the puzzle sequence. And you're just kind of walking on this bridge. A tornado appears, and I'm like, okay. I try going towards the tornado. I turn around. I'm like, okay, well, I can't go that way. Let me go the other way. And I believe you got a full inventory. You got all kinds of stuff. There's a whole skill tree in your mind. There's so much going on in this game, actually.
I have a skill tree in my mind.
And I think I literally went, oh! when I was playing this demo. And yeah, so like just so much. I was like, what's going on? Like it's just trippy. It's got some really funny meta humor. The gameplay is really nice. The music was really cool. It's very drum and bass. Like, what is happening, right? I want to know what is happening. And so I'm excited to, like, actually play this game and find out what's happening in this world and what's happening to this dreamer. Again, the dreamer must die. So what's that all about, you know? This is now the trailer they have. But yeah, I mean, again, mostly pulled in by the good vibes of the team itself. You know, we got to meet one of the lead developers. Be a little off kilter, honestly. I thought it was a really nice touch at the demo station. Oh no. At the demo station, they had like pillows and a blanket
Yeah.
Because, you can just put your head down. Oh yeah, every time you like die in the dream world, it shatters like that in a really interesting way. I don't know who this guy is, but you saw at the booth his little post, his face was like the main thing. Yeah, it's a fascinating game. It kind of they did say one of the big inspirations, it's not FromSoft like Dark Souls FromSoft, but literally like PS1 era King's Quest, like their old stuff from Soft. So that's why it's like got that kind of same weird obscurity where you kind of have to just explore and figure it out on your own. And I really appreciated that. There was a lot of games like that actually here that had that kind of vibe.
Solo dev too, I believe.
I don't know. I think
we heard that.
Who's the other guy then? Because there was another guy that was there when we played the demo. That was not the same guy that was there on day one.
I don't know. I thought we heard solo dev. Maybe not. Anyway.
But yeah, cool game.
Pretty interesting one. SpongeBob has seen better days.
All right. After that, we then wandered around the corner and immediately saw this game called Techno Banter, which at this point I had played like most of the games, and I was like, okay, you get in on a game here. For sure, I can feel that. Yeah, again, that meta humor, the meta tone is like a big thing right now in the industry. Techno Banter is a game where you play as a bouncer at a bar. And it's a really interesting Papers, Please-ish, again, very meta experience where you do your day job or night job of, assessing people's vibes at the door and deciding whether or not they should be allowed into the bar. Mm-hmm. So yeah, go ahead and talk about some of the gameplay here.
Yeah, so you got this whole frog counter 1.
Frog counter 1.
You had this whole list of like no-nos basically for who doesn't get let in. They're the red flags.
So it says like reject if too wasted,
aggressive,
to buy drinks, not interested, acts like princess, wants to make money, unwashed.
No creeps, no kids, no pets, no sales, no inanimate objects, no broke people, no blue jeans. So, yeah, you're just, people are coming up one by one and you're doing these little, like, you can chat with them if you need more information.
Party please is good.
And yeah, so you're just assessing them and figuring out if you're going to let them in or not, or if they have red flags. And then there's this,
there's some
sort of like combat, almost like verbal combat.
So when you start to tell them no, you can't come in, and I think we show it with this guy.
Yeah, this first one.
It opens up this kind of combat scenario that's vaguely inspired by the Monkey Island insult sword fighting. And so before we even continue, we'll just say very European style of humor, if you will. So there was some interesting things in the writing.
Yeah, some of the humor was not for me, but the gameplay was interesting.
Yeah, and again, so it's very much they deliver a line, and you have to assess from your line of basically your set of comebacks, one perfect comeback based on what they hit you with, right? So I don't remember asking for your opinion.
It was that one.
Okay, so it's the roids. Forgetfulness is one of their side effects, right? You're trying to hit back exactly with like this perfect line, and usually the one thing I'll say for the demo, and it's something they'll probably work on as it hits full release, but it was pretty obvious at times what the exact perfect comeback was. A lot of them were like kind of unrelated to the line that was just said to you, and you could just pick the one that was right. Aloha.
Yeah, it just said aloha.
And so yeah, it just has this really interesting gameplay style, and the most interesting part to me was, so you go through this and you have these like back and forths. You see they have the green health bar. There was a guy, you see him in the background, the skeleton. He eventually comes up and he's like a salesman and says, don't allow anyone in that's trying to make money. You try to reject him, it starts like a whole like mini game where you're like dodging bullets and you're having to like try to, you know, like fire back, and it seems like there's gonna be some expansion, some mini games built within the system that really change up the gameplay style. Oh no, we're already back from PAX West. Yeah, it was one to watch for sure. One to see, you know, where they go with it, because it's we love these I love these routine based games, you know, of, you know, trying to remember certain things. I'm assuming as the shifts go on, you have new things to look out for and stuff. So yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, can you believe it?
So after that, we went over to the other building. So again, this was in the summit. Went over to the Arch building, hopefully, right? And we were getting ready for our first appointment, which you'll hear about very shortly. And we had a chance to just quickly hop onto a quick little match of Fraymakers, which we won't talk too much about because we just played a little bit of. But hopefully we'll actually be able to set up an appointment with them to talk about their game, because we didn't have time to set an appointment with them at the show, but they were open to doing stuff outside of the show. So I'm really interested in this game because, as you can see, it is a Smash-like with indie game characters, which is so cool. And it was a game that we started playing and it just constantly surprised me with the characters that were in the game. So there's Octodad, obviously, Weltaro, yes, the Watcher from Slay the Spire. Weltaro is from Downwell. You can see here Captain Viridian from VVVVVVVVVVVV. They really support and have a strong custom community tool where people have made a bunch of characters for it already. And yeah, it's a hard game to sit down and just start playing because you don't know what you're doing with these characters and all that kind of stuff. So we sat down and just like fell off the side of the match. Fell off the side of the map, I should say. You can see over to the right, you got Isaac, you got Peppino, you got Pizza from Chicory. That was the one where I freaked out. I was like, are you kidding me? What?
That's so great.
Yeah, so this one looks really interesting. It's kind of combining all the indies from across the industry. This trailer had, even at their booth, right, they had a bunch of plushies and merch from different devs at the show, which was really cool. That's like their whole, you know, idea with the game, it seems. And so yeah, what I want to really do here was just say that we'll probably have more about this in the future, but it was a nice little surprise for me, as far as like, again, just who was in the game, you know, was really cool. Yeah, multiverses did not do great. Bradley, I love VVVVVVVVVVVVV too. Yeah, it's just a cool little Smash-like. You know, there's a lot of them now. Rivals of Aether was also there. There was one they had at the show where you could like make your own character and then play it in the game, which was really interesting. Like you sat at a computer for a while, like designing it, and then you could go play it in their game, which was interesting. But this one really caught my eye again, just for the idea of it, the ways it's bonding the community of indie devs.
Indie supporting indies.
I think the Orca is literally from Rivals of Aether. So it's showing like they're not fighting each other, even though they are very similar, you know. They are friendlies. So yeah, Framemakers. It is out now in early access. So yeah, go check it out. And yeah, we had a good time.
Who was that?
Man, I'm sad because this was a jump scare too. But something happened with the vertical. It's all the vertical images.
Oh man.
So our first appointment of the show was Hyde's Haunt and Seek. I'm so sad that some of these things broke. It was literally hilarious. Zoomed in on his face, like full screen, and then it would zoom out to show the rest. Hides, Haunt, and Seek is a really cool game. It is I think it is all the way up to 3, but the demo was 2v1. But I think it goes up to 3v1.
Oh.
I think, because the footage I got is a 3v1, so I don't know.
Oh, I see.
But it is a asynchronous multiplayer game. We will have a lot more on this, so I don't want to get too deep in the weeds about it here. We interviewed the lead developer on the game, and we both played it and had a good time. It is a game where one player plays as the hunter, and a seeker, I guess. Yeah, seeker, right? Who's a human with a flashlight, doing some very Luigi's Mansion-esque things as you're flashing a flashlight onto people. And then
That's your friend?
Which one?
Who?
The one to the right, like going to the station, or the one at the booth? Yes.
Yes. If it's the one at the booth, we talked to them quite a bit.
Getting on the game. Okay, yeah, I could kind of tell the if they're like a streamer or something, I could kind of tell that vibe. But yeah, so the way the game works is the ghosts hide things in the house, and the seeker has to go find them. While the seeker is seeking these things, the ghosts play pranks on the seeker. They make little things appear in front of him, like rats on a table, or
these dancing ghosts.
Dancing ghosts, a skeleton popping out of a armoire, blood filling a bathtub, and again, we don't want to get too much into it, but what the development team told us is it's all about. So Shazame, I know why you might be saying that, but they emphasize to us all throughout our time chatting with them, the whole idea of this game is spooky, not scary. It is not a scary game, and it really wasn't, right? Like, we both played as a seeker, and it really was not scary at all. It's very goofy. It's the Victorian style. The pranks are like, I think there was one where a cake appears and there's roaches all over it. There again, just a bunch of rats appear. A like kind of plastic skeleton pops out of that armoire. Like, it's meant to be kind of silly, kind of haunted. Disney's Haunted Mansion is a big inspiration for them. But I genuinely, like, the spooks were not like jump scares at all.
And I wouldn't even compare this to Phasmo.
Not even close. None of the games that it's similar to either, like Dead by Daylight or anything. I wouldn't call it like any of those. Like, it really is its own vibe and thing. You'll see the hunter like shakes furniture to like move it back to its original place. I think that's another thing we should have been doing as ghosts, is blocking off entrances and stuff. As the seeker grabs stuff, they get more powerful, and it's just about trying to get those keepsakes, like I talked about earlier, the things that the ghosts have hidden. The ghosts, the more they scare the seeker, and by scaring, you legitimately have to like make these things appear in front of the seeker, the little pranks you're doing. Mm-hmm. You're building up your, what was it?
Like fear energy?
Yeah, fear energy. You're building up fear energy, and once you get your fear energy to maximum, you can start a haunt, which is where our dear friend, the clown, comes into play. Once the haunt starts, a monster like the clown appears, and it's just get to the hunter and they're dead, and so there is some fear because the clown is pretty spooky. The clown is legit spooky to me.
The clown is creepy.
Yeah. And yeah, again, we don't want to talk too much about it because we're gonna have a full interview. But it's a really fun time. I think it's going to be a game that we really like to play with our friends. Hate clown. Here, let me go back to the clown just so you know what you're in for. Here comes the clown.
Just a little guy.
And just a teaser for the article. I don't know why I hate that all the vertical images broke.
I know.
I think it's something I did at the very end too.
Dang.
Anyways, what was I saying?
I don't know. You started a
Oh.
sentence.
To tease the article.
Oh, right.
The one thing that we really were interested in, Mom Tord made me fear clowns.
That's valid.
All valid. Clown fearers are valid in this chat. The one thing that what we were really interested in was they have like a screenwriter as their writer who's written out a bunch of lore for this world, and so we'll let you know more about what all that means.
Yeah. Stay tuned. Very intriguing.
Very intriguing. So yeah. I feel like we're not keeping on schedule at all.
No, we're definitely not. I keep wanting to be like, hey.
It's hard, bro. So after that after we finished that interview and playtime, we snuck off, and in the corner is a team that Fish will know and remember. Just kind of humbly off in the corner, hanging out. And it was Q Games, who are the creators of the Pixel Junk games. And talking to some of the people there on the team, they were like, oh, you know about us? And I was, what are you talking about? Pixel Junk is awesome. And yeah, by the way, Punchliner, welcome. I was so excited when I had actually gotten the initial email about Pixel Junk being at the show. We couldn't set up any appointments with them, but we did take the time to come and play some of their games. And the first one we did play was Pixel Junk Eden, which is Pixel Junk Eden 2. A kind of Zen platformer is what I'd call it. I remember when we first saw, and when you're looking at it now, it may seem like a really intense platformer, but it really is like a single button controls like 90% of it. Basically, you jump into the air with A. You push A again, and it starts you spinning, and then you point yourself somewhere, and you go there, and that's like, it's just jump, spin in the air, go to the next spot. Jump, spin in the air, go to the next spot. Jump, spin in the air, and you may have noticed, yeah, there's like some swinging action that happens as well. If you jump off of like the viney looking stuff, that's what'll cause that kind of grapple hook to come out, and then that helps you get to different areas and pick up, you know, all the floaty bits that you see. That's kind of the goal of the game, is to pick up those bits to unlock a flower at the top of the stage. And it really is, again, it's so simple. The control scheme, the art is so good. The music was really vibey too. Like, it is just an easy to understand and grasp little platformer where you can talk about this, you know, as someone who doesn't really love platformers all that much. What'd you think?
It was great. And yeah, my brain truly cannot ever get a grasp on like any platformer I've ever played. So I was worried about this one, but yeah, like Nate was saying, it was very much approachable and, you know, like easy to pick up pretty immediately. But yeah, just such a good like atmosphere to it that it's still like, it keeps you like engaged with it, and it's almost like a mindfulness kind of feel.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were feeling that too. Because, like, this was what, like, day 2 or something, and I was so tired that
No, this
day.
is day 1.
Was it?
This was just...
This was still day
maybe
1?
What happened was... This was immediately after our first appointment, so maybe you were, like, amped.
Yeah.
You were
whatever
like,
it was,
ugh.
I was, like, exhausted in this moment. We sat down for this, and it was, like, truly a breath of fresh air. Like, such relief in this moment. Just, like, playing this, collecting the little spores, swinging around, and... yeah, like completing the level, you go up and like climb higher and higher, basically.
Yeah,
to,
as
to
you
get
so
to the end of
you
the stage.
you spawn more of these like branches and stuff, and you climb higher and higher to again fill up this seed or whatever it was called at the top of the stage. And yeah, as I told the guy, I was like, you know, this kind of feels like the kind of game that it'd be great to, I don't know, enjoy some substances with, sit down, and just kind of lose your mind for a moment. And that's exactly what we need. Again, it was immediately after our first appointment, and we sat down, and it was a good time just to kind of like detach after our first kind of anxiety burst of the show. And so, as you'll learn more as we go, we were chatting with this guy, and he just was like such a friendly guy. He was just a good vibes, and we just kept running into him throughout the show. And it kind of felt like, again, he was so surprised we knew about Q games, and I was like, bro, I love everything you guys do. Like, I was listing out games, and they're like, yeah, and we were, talking about them, and how does one not know Q? Exactly. He's like, he told us this, right? Like, not many people know about us, and yeah, it was just a really good time to chat with him and let him know, hey, your games are loved, don't worry, and yeah, we just kind of made a fun little connection there. This is actually where the not really formal but kind of light invite to visit Q Games in Japan, if that ever comes up, because I did mention, my cousin's actually in Japan, and they said, oh, hey, if you're ever out there, we'll set up a little studio tour or something, which was really cool. And there's reasons why we talked to him a second time, which you'll see a little later on. But Pixel Junk Eden 2 is out now on Switch. And they are releasing it on PS5, PS4, and PC soon. All 4K, new stuff. It has multiplayer. I don't know. I forget. I think it does have multiplayer on Switch as well. And it's just, it's high recommendation just from the brief demo we got, and maybe something you see on stream down the line, because I think we would just, I
was already looking at it last night. I was checking out the store. And I think it would be a great Switch game too.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think
we'll probably wait for PC. Just
I personally would probably wait, because I want it to be full high fidelity, beautiful looking, and it looked beautiful at the show.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
Actually, one of our first little show and tell, actual physical show and tell, and I have a screen for this.
Ooh.
Hold on. This beautiful holographic Pixel Junk Eden 2 little card. We have a bunch of these little cards all over the place.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. It was like postcards. Everyone had a little postcard.
Yeah. So that was a good time. And again, to have the basically the invite to come hang out with them was cool.
There were cool people there.
Yeah, we made I'll save our story, our last story with that guy for later. But he was a good guy. He was a fun guy to run into and say hey to every once in a while.
Hey,
all right, gamers. Now you may have seen this on the Discord. What game was it that had Fern in the full gamer lean? You'll have some time, and there'll be some hints as it goes. Ready? I'll give you 5 seconds to start collecting your thoughts, and then we'll start playing some of the hints. All right, here we go. Okay, we're at Whitethorn Games. Shout out to this amazing booth. This was so cool, so cozy. The fire, the trees, the beautiful soft carpet, the plush logs.
It felt so good.
Rob's got it. Madden 2025. I can't believe it.
Ah, man. How did you know?
Shout out to Whitethorn. This was such a cool booth. It was not Madden. It was Magical Delicacy, and I'm just going to let you take the reins, because I was zoning out at this point, I think.
So, Magical Delicacy is from Whitethorn Games, and it's one that we've very much been looking forward to. Here's another frog counter for you, Fish. Enjoy. There it is. Nate was prepared for this. So, yes, they also make Lake. They make Mythwrecked. A bunch of really great games, cozy games. They do a lot of cool accessibility stuff, too. But yeah, so this is a game where you are playing as a witch who is like new in this town, and you're like handed the keys basically to your own like kitchen or restaurant.
You find out there's a squatter.
You find out there's somebody living in the restaurant, and they were roommates after that, apparently. So yeah, you just, in the demo, you wandered around a little bit, like got a feel for the town, which was fairly extensive. There were some other shopkeepers that you could like buy ingredients and equipment from. You could buy recipes, and you had like, I think there was just one recipe that it wanted you to make before the demo was up, that sort of got you like introduced to everybody. You harvest ingredients or you buy them, and then you go and cook them, and you have to like buy all of the different like
Prep stations,
yeah, like a grinder to make flour,
chopping board.
Yeah, it was just a really great demo, one that I've been looking forward to getting my grubby little hands on, and hints at some more magical stuff to come at the end. Don't! I was experimenting. I was just trying to learn. How can you learn if not by doing?
Yeah, it seems like there's like quests to like give good like specific recipes to friends, right? Like I want something sweet, you know, and it's that kind of thing. You go back and you try to figure out the perfect
the one
thing.
In the demo was like it had to be sweet and it had to be a pastry, and so you had just a few different options at that point, and you know, you had to figure out what you could make, because we had already spent all of our money, so we were like very limited.
Yeah.
There's only one that we could make by that point. But yeah.
There's decoration capability
in the house.
Probably the thing that was least fun for you is there does seem to be some amount of like platforming.
Yeah, it wasn't terrible. There was like one area.
Don't tell those Starfield haters, bro.
What?
This game. Hold on. This game's got pronouns, bro.
No!
Oh, fuck.
Can you believe
It's got pronouns, dude.
This is a joke.
Can you get knee highs? No, not that we saw. Not the pronouns. Can you get big hat? Maybe. We are kind of like a witch,
yeah.
right? Like that was kind of the...
We are a witch.
We've joined up the witch community.
Yeah.
Not grinder. Can you poison and curse your enemies? Maybe. Maybe there'll be a time where there's an evil person and you gotta poison them. There's 2 frogs actually, right?
Yeah.
It's another frog counter. And yeah, it was a good time. Good booth. I kind of wanted to come back and do Mythwrecked, but we just never had the time. Yeah. That was actually what we were waiting in line for at first, and then this opened up, and I was like, "Go, we're going there."
Yeah, just lovely style, great demo. Gave you a little taste of the game. I enjoyed it.
We got pronouns and amateur nouns. Yeah, it's one of those demos where it's like, this is kind of a weird thing to play at a show like this, because I feel like I just want to sink in.
Absolutely, yeah.
And so it's like, you constantly have that feeling of like, is someone waiting? Okay, I'm playing. You know, like you just can't sink in the way you would in a game like this because of the setting. But even then, it was a fun time. It looks great. The pixel art was so good.
Can't believe this. Can't believe the zoom in on me diving to my death.
Fern had tried to get a shot like this, and then there was one of the booth people was standing there, and she was like, he ruined my shot. And then I was like, he's gone.
Constantly.
Go.
This was constantly happening.
And then got this beautiful shot for Whitethorn Games. Yeah, great booth, great little place to like kind of like let out a breath at every once in a while.
Yeah.
So next game, have you 2 played? Yeah, we have.
Yes.
Slowly hoping to review it eventually. It's very hard to play a lot of games.
Yeah.
The next game this will be short that we hopped
Yeah, we
into.
can kind of breeze through this, but
Is
Fashion Dreamer. Where the fashionistas at? So this is a game that basically takes like the element of Animal Crossing,
Dress up.
where you have to like, they give you a prompt for the outfit
Yeah,
to make.
I want a cool outfit.
Yeah, and then you go in, you make that outfit for them, and show it to them, or in this case, you give it to them. And yeah, you just have like this whole selection. You have like this little room that you can decorate. I don't know what that's for exactly.
Probably for like photo shoots.
Yeah, maybe photo shoots. So yeah, they just give you a little prompt. Like some of them gave us maybe like 1 or 2 things they wanted. Some of
Yeah, I
them
want a
gave us like
jacket.
up to 4.
And I want it to look cool.
Yeah, or like red-hued sandals or something like that.
Sorry, just because my brain blasted.
Yeah.
Lil Flash Game Nostalgia says Shazame.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone used to play games on Newgrounds and used to play Super Flash Bros, which was a Flash game version of Super Smash Bros, and it had like iconic Flash characters and like Sora, and like it had sneaky other game characters. They're the people that are making Frame Makers, which is really cool. And because I forgot, Hides, Haunt and Seek, probably not coming for a bit. 2024 earliest is I think what we heard.
I think we said that.
Did we? Okay,
I
just
think so,
sure.
yeah.
Anyways, back to this.
Yeah.
Back to the dress up vibes.
Yeah, definitely just like gives that nostalgia feel, which is nice. That's why I wanted to check it out. Just a simple little, like, you can pick it up anytime kind of thing. It does have this fun little like
Online.
Oh yeah, the online element.
Oh,
you can talk about that.
Okay.
I was just gonna mention the gacha thing.
Yeah.
Where you get your new like clothing items through this little gacha machine.
Bro, this game has gacha mechanics? What
Yeah.
the fuck?
You can talk about the online. I think you were talking to the person about that.
Yeah,
a little
so
more
there's-
than I was listening.
There is like an online system in the game where if you here at the show, right, everyone was playing kind of in the same world, and essentially you could kind of share your outfits within each other and gain like new pieces of clothing when you do that. And so it's just a cool, fun way to like have that little bit of interactivity with other people playing. And yeah, it feels like it's like, let's take this one system that people really fell in love with, add a little more depth to it, give a bunch more variety of styles as well.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it was just a short, fun little time we had.
Yeah.
Just a little break, and we had a person to chat with, and bring out the goodie basket.
Got a little keychain.
It's somewhere in there. It's towards the bottom. It's a little square. Another goodie shot. Here we go. It is called, Rob, Fashion Dreamer. And then you have the little cute jumping for joy. It's not coming to. The light is too bright.
You gotta get the little makeup.
I don't think that works, bro.
It does work, bro. It does.
All right, and our next one, Fashion Dreamer. Check it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's good
pretty
vibes.
fun.
It's good vibes. The next game that I only have a 50-second video for. That's all I have because, let me switch back. Because we both had a time to play. This is another one where we both were allowed to play. This is Metal Bringer. Really interesting. Obviously, from the jump, the aesthetic, right, is a really interesting kind of like very pixel art, but it's almost like 3DS era pixel art. Chunky in a nice way. Lots of action happening. It's kind of like a Musou game, kind of like a Dynasty Warriors type experience, but with big old mechs and stuff. It's in Japanese right now, and I know, I'm sorry. It just got revealed just before the show, so this was one of the first times to really play it, which was really cool. This is actually a follow-up to a game called Samurai Bringer from the same team, obviously with a samurai aesthetic in the original. And yeah, this is a really interesting roguelike. Um, where, as you can see through this footage, tons and tons of customization as to how you play. Um, you can choose all kinds of different weapon sets. They call it a shooter, so they kind of emphasize some of the guns. But I played with melee, and it was a great time. Yeah, it looks amazing. You could see again the level of customization is really high, based on how you can make your little mechs. And it goes all the way to the characters as well. Again, we don't have footage of it, but you could, like, down to the very minute details on like the character model, like the two eye color. Even though it is a small pixel art character, like two different eye colors. You know, the each weapon you could pick, like the trim color, the weapon color, like all this stuff. It was really
like 5 different hues on the body.
Xbox ... fish yearning for
Pardon?
Xbox. Yeah, and it was just a really interesting game. One of the this next batch of games, or just this and the next one, and then there's one later, comes from Playism, which is a Japanese a Japanese publisher that works with independent developers in Japan to bring their games to the States, which is really, really cool. And so this was kind of nutty, chat. This was the end of the day. It was our last 2 appointments for the day. We show up and we're like, hey, do we have somebody to talk to? And he's like, actually, Mizutani is here, but the interpreter is not, so we might have to wait. And huh? It was my first ever interview I'd ever done through an interpreter, with an interpreter.
A translator.
No, translator. Sorry. I don't know why I said interpreter. And so that was a really interesting... It was kind of like, I had no idea this is what I was, gonna have happen. And it was kind of sudden. And, there will be... Again, I don't want to give away too much about some of these articles that are coming, but ended up being a really cool chat. And got to talk about what they're doing at Playism, talk about these games, talk about some of the interesting systems within them, and yeah, we'll have more. But Metal Bringer is really interesting, and if you're interested in the vibe of it, Samurai Bringer is out now. I forget if we have a release date on this one.
I don't remember at this
moment. I think
moment.
Probably 2024.
Yeah.
Because again, it just got revealed.
It can't be sooner than that, yeah.
But yeah. Things do be out there.
Thighs do be out there. Yeah, this is...
Thighs, oh sorry.
This is one that, when Fish asked earlier, any real Fish games out there, I was like, not certain, but this one kind of gave me the vibes. This is
roguelike vibes, just chaos incarnate.
And it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was
It's
really
not
fun.
the kind of thing that I have ever played, but I held my own too and had an okay time. So
it was a fun time just again destroy and attack and destroy. It was a good time.
And just like really, really deep customizing that is pretty cool.
Okay, so the next game, from the same publisher, mind you, keep that in mind as you start to see it pop up here after this footage ends.
You're gonna love it.
This is a game that I think is for our entire community, truly. And I had an amazing time playing this. Folks, meet Fight Crab 2. Fight Crab 2 is a sequel to a game that went viral a little bit called Fight Crab, which is as self-explanatory as possible, where you play as various... Let's say, does a lobster fit under crustacean? Crustaceans?
Yeah.
Here's some direct. We didn't have a lot of footage of us playing. Yeah, there's some more at the end. But yeah, you play as crustaceans with weapons, but you're not actually playing as a crustacean. You're playing as the little guy on the back of the various crustaceans, controlling it.
You are piloting the crab.
And it's all about just flipping the other crustacean onto its back. That's the whole gimmick. So you can see the counter. It's kind of like that's how you pin them, essentially. The weapons are ridiculous. They have spells that they can use. The controls, as you could imagine, are ridiculous. They are. It's very physics based. It's very, it's all about the swinging your left and right arms, lifting them at the right points. After it gets under, lift and try to flip. You got laser eyes, all kinds of stuff going on. Yeah, just truly a ridiculous game, but one that was like, again, it's so complicated. The controls are like really hard to handle, but super fun. You got to play as well. What was your main takeaway from Fight Crab 2?
I loved the just array of weapons. Like, there was the seal that you used. Just some really goofy stuff. I think actually the controls were pretty easy to pick up, and like it was well tutorialized. No, yeah, it is too.
Yeah, I will say it does have a really great tutorial. I'm not. I guess it's just like it is still. It's the game is fighting you constantly, right? Sure. Like the game is making it harder for you as much as it possibly can. Yeah,
And one thing that I mentioned to you was like, I honestly like didn't know if I was doing well when I was playing. Like it kind of didn't feel like it was visually or like with sound like communicating that your hits are landing very well.
Well, look at the famous water bottle.
But apparently I did do well, and
you won.
I won.
So it has like a Smash-like percentage system where, the more you attack, the more susceptible the other enemy crab is to flippage. And so it's kind of like building up the percent, getting the flip in. Yeah. Again, we had an interview for this game as well. We won't reveal too much, but that was just such a fun little chat we had. It's a goofy game. Mm-hmm. It's gonna have a goofy chat. I'll reveal one question that was asked of us. Do Americans like crabs? And that's the little flippage.
Nice.
That was one of the fun little moments we had chatting about Fight Crab 2.
Yeah.
Because the developer just loves crabs, and this publisher
just
was like
a crab fanatic.
This publisher was like, "Are you guys into it too? What's this crab stuff about?"
The other thing that is just really fun about this one, and like especially to play it on the show floor, like it's just so wacky that it like really brings people together and like almost like gives you that streamer experience.
Yeah, people were stopping by.
Yeah, like you're sitting there playing and people are walking by. They come up and stand behind you. They're like, "Oh my god, what is going on here? Like, what are you doing?"
We had a fun little chat with the people that took over Julie's station.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you can see, the weapons, that's why I took out I was like, I need to record and, like, grab these, because these are ridiculous, right? Like, the weapons are unexplainable.
The yo-yo. I want to try the yo-yo.
Yeah, the yo-yo. The jet drill was a whole thing. I used the jet drill. You could see as I go back to the character screen after I pick my jet drill. Watch this. You'll see. I already have equipped a seal.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Always have your seal equipped.
I was writing it, apparently. And then, I was picking through the abilities. And I picked the tuna ability.
Nice.
Which allowed me to shoot out a bunch of tuna every once in a while.
Sick.
The demo had a lot of stuff. I don't know if this is, like, they wanted you to go into this, but there was a lot of maps and, a lot of stuff to do. Yeah, really just a nutty little game. Yeah. And I had a lot of fun time with it.
Oh my god.
And next, as we temporarily pause the background music and turn down but turn on the sound. So that was the end of day one. We finished of show floor,
show
doing
floor
work.
Hours. Now we're on the night scene.
We're on the night
scene. PAX
scene.
Night scene.
And
what's gonna happen?
I'll just let it play for a second, and then we'll start talking about it.
You brought it up, and I was already crying.
Folks, This is OFK.
Oh, fuck. Who's ready to cry together? Anybody?
I just love this opening.
It's so good.
I think they had issue with the track at first. That's why there was like a little T-pose, like, are we good? So this was the OFK concert. Something we didn't even know about till like a week before the show.
Literally. I got like an ad on Facebook, and that's how I found out about it. Can you believe that they didn't directly email me about this? I was pissed.
This was one of the most exciting parts of the show for us, as you could see. Really great. This is the main theater at PAX. Big old room. OFK, we played the game on stream. Look at this cute photo, by the way.
This was so
Isn't
cute.
this adorable? Isn't this so cute? I don't know who these two people are, but this is such a cute little photo Fern took of the little sign. Just trying to take a picture of the sign.
I know, I just wanted the screen.
That's
but
adorable.
they were there.
Anyways. OFK, again, is a game. These are now just clips of other parts of the performance. It's not necessarily linked to the song that's playing. A virtual band, but a real band. In the game We Are OFK, which is a kind of narrative, choice-driven... There's some choice, right? Not really, actually. Just kind of a narrative...
Yeah.
Experience, a episodic kind of TV show like, and truly like TV show like, with commercial breaks almost, you know, and stuff like that, about this band's formation, about how hard it is to make things, and it's very true to the actual experience that the developers had making things, and they made it here to PAX, you know. Teddy DF, who's the lead singer and lead on the project, has talked about how in their whole life it's always been music and games, and how they wanted to do both, and like this was the culmination of that, being able to perform live at the main stage at PAX West, perform a concert for the game that they had worked on, which is just so cool. I'll stop here in a second, you know, and let you gush, but it made us emotional for a lot of different reasons. There's a whole song about imposter syndrome that they do called Fool's Gold. And so I'm sitting there with my PAX Media badge, like truly feeling so emotional about being here, having that feeling of imposter syndrome myself still. While I'm also feeling emotional for the performers on stage, who clearly have worked through imposter syndrome as well, performing live at this big stage.
Their biggest stage yet.
Yeah,
I think
their biggest stage yet. So that was just, it was a really great time. Almost cried like 10 different times, and like full on like I told Julie, like I'm like under the mask, like you know, doing that kind of stuff, you know. And now I'll let you take over.
Yeah, it was just like what fueled me through the rest of PAX, was just to have like this super meaningful experience. And yeah, like you said, just made me really emotional, and like their music has meant so much to me, and the game has meant so much to me, and just to like experience that live was like surreal and just emotional and so pleasant.
So yeah, that was you might have noticed. So the character that Teddy plays is a character named Luca in the game, and there was live through the iPhone motion capture for Luca, which was so cool.
It was awesome.
I know, like Fish and Shazame were watching it along with us from home, and yeah, it was just super fun. And there was moments where like Teddy would take a sip of water, and Luca was like like taking sippies in the back. It was just so cute.
Nate was obsessed with
I
that.
loved that. It was my favorite thing. The bassist was going so hard all night.
So amazing.
It was so good. It was such a great show, and we're gonna just to put a feeler out there, a little teaser that they had meeting hours throughout the show, but our schedule was so packed. Did we get to meet OFK? Stay tuned. Did we not?
Guess we'll find out.
Stay tuned. But
I don't remember.
OFK, what a great show.
It's all a blur.
A fantastic show. They were then followed up by, and I have to pull up because this is another thing I couldn't do in time. Ahead of the video being finished. They were followed by Bit Brigade, who are a band that... Yeah, I'll just pull this up. Do they not? Well, let me see if they have like a Spotify. I dropped something. They do.
They do.
Very good. Well, they just have 2 albums on here. Oh no, there you go.
Nice.
So they are a band
exactly what we were looking for.
that plays classic 8-bit. I have to skip ahead because this was the part where I was going to put in the same thing like OFK.
Uh-huh.
They play classic video game tracks live while a speedrunner is playing the game live in front of them. So they are playing the track that is supposed to be playing in the game. You hear the video game, like you hear the sound effects from the game as they're playing, and it's just this truly cool experience where you're just sitting here watching a game get played in front of you with live rock, like hard, like they were going hard as you can see, and it was just such a cool show. And there's just like super chill. They added like there was like edits to the games as well that were kind of goofy and making fun of some of the stuff that was in those old games. You know, at the end of DuckTales, there's a bit where the nephews come up and they go, "We helped you, Uncle, didn't we?" And he's like, "No, you guys didn't do shit." It's just very fun. Honestly, yeah, GDQ. I'm surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Bit Brigade has been a GDQ because that sounds like something that would be awesome. It's also very funny. They talk about the fact that the speedrunner often has to pause and just kind of stand around and do little dances because they can't play the notes fast, like faster than he can beat the games. And so there will be moments where he kind of just has to sit around and wait for them to finish the song. So that was super fun. I will say, the DuckTales part, we had a great time. That was a fun little session, and it was fun to watch them play. They started doing Zelda, which is very cool. Love Zelda. The two of us were ready to pass out. While hard rock is blaring in our ears, we are just ready to pass out because this was our longest. This is going to be our longest day. We were ready to die, and we basically did.
Also, we took up the offer of the enforcers for some earplugs.
And that kind of ruined us, I think, too.
And so, like, you know, I had that, like, we could still hear it. It was very loud, but it was, like, a little muffled, and we were so tired, and we were just like,
It was a whole thing.
But it was very good, very well performed.
Exactly, yeah.
Very fun.
It's nothing about them at all.
Yeah.
We were just so tired.
That's just where we were at, you know? But yeah, great time, great concert. Really enjoyed both of those.
It was again, the concept, it was really cool for that as well. And people were really getting into it and having fun. Every time they beat a stage or whatever, you know, crowds going off cheering, and it was a good time. We were ready to sleep though, and we did shortly after. So, Bit Brigade ends day 1, which means
finally we are through day 1. Can you believe it?
dawn of the second day, 48 hours remain. And look who we're at once again.
Well.
Well. Our day of
Fancy
appointments
seeing you here.
was going to start around this area. And so we were scouting. And we saw that this is Saturday. This is the busy day. And so we're like, Jesus Christ, what is going on over here?
It was bonkers this
Off
day.
to the left here, there's like a little corner where no one was really going. And we just kind of tucked in there for a bit. We were like, whew, because literally the booths here, it was like 2 lanes of traffic. And you couldn't like go across. Like you had to like go back into traffic the other way just to get to a booth that you wanted to get to.
Yeah.
And so we were in this corner, and eventually our friend from Q Games sees us and goes, hey! And we're chatting with him a bit, and we're like, man, today's busy, huh? And blah, blah, blah. And so we settle in behind the other game they have at the show, which is Pixel Junk Scrappers. There we go. Pixel Junk Scrappers is a side-scrolling beat-em-up, up to 4 players, where you play a bunch of trash people. And here, you can actually see the busy lines. Here, look at this.
This is what we're working with on Saturday. Saturday was so scary.
So we hid in the corner. But anyways,
we were literally over there just like standing by a trash can.
Yeah, trying to figure out
to breathe.
What we were going to do with ourselves.
So in this, you're just like doing your little fighting. You are collecting trash and throwing it into the truck. You can stack it up pretty high.
Has a similar Wild Woods vibe where you're kind of guiding a thing through an area. Mm-hmm. Again, you're picking up trash just from the world as you're going, and yeah, you can pick up multiple, like put on top, stack it all up. They got a bunch of different weapons here that you can see here on this screen. I think, what did I go with? We don't have footage of us playing again because we were both playing. Mm-hmm. I think I went with like the hammer or something. I think there was like some kind of hammer, and you had the little daggers, right?
It was either the daggers
or
you
had
like
the
a drill thing.
You had the like scoopers.
Oh, maybe, yeah. I don't remember.
Anyway, so yeah, you're picking up trash and you're throwing it into the trash, the garbage truck, trying to earn money. And as you go, you eventually run into enemies, and when you fight them, after you kill them, they turn into trash themselves, and you can throw them into the back of the truck as well.
Always remember to toss your bodies.
And it has a similar vibe to Wild Woods. I think I said already once, but I'm saying it again. Where you're doing that guiding. It's that constant motion, constantly something to do. You're either fighting, or you're picking up trash, or you're helping your friends, or you're constantly moving, you're constantly going. Mm-hmm. It has that perfect beat 'em up vibe, like if you like any classic, Streets of Rage, the TMNT games, like it has that vibe in spades. You can throw the trash around, throw it to your teammates, kind of coordinate in that way. It's just really a fun time. It has a similar, Q Games, I think, in my head, really known for really interesting art styles, really beautiful color palettes, and you can see that here as well. This is another game that is out on everything, actually, right? It's on Switch. It's been out on Switch, and then the deluxe version, which is what they were demoing, is out on Steam now. We own it.
Made a little purchase last night,
and we'll see how we're feeling or what time it is at the end of the stream. But eventually, we will probably play this on stream, if not tonight, sometime.
We're thinking a little taste if we're able.
But yeah, we just had a really good time. It was funny. It was just the two of us. The two of us and our new friend that we had made was kind of playing with us as well. But then some kid came up.
And then a 5-year-old was our teammate.
Like it was the kid and their parents, Xbox ... and it was fun. He was goofy. He was like, he was like, "Why are you dying? You're dying." I'm not even dying yet. And I was like, "Bro, you're not even
classic kid behavior.
You're not even picking up the trash. That's why, And that was just a cozy, good vibes time.
It's a fun game.
And yeah, don't want to go too far because we'll probably play it on stream. And next, You already saw a teaser. You already saw it. Triple A. Color-based liquid game. Where you're trying to cover the map with your liquid as best as you can. That's right, gamers.
You are.
It's Foam Stars.
Woo!
Foam Stars is the Splatoon-like that really isn't Splatoon-like at all from Square Enix. Everyone keeps saying it's a Splatoon-like. Couldn't be further from a Splatoon-like, you know, in my eyes at least, having now played it and watched it for a while. There's the light disappearing from our eyes slowly. Yeah, Foam Stars is a character-driven... That's the other thing. Character-driven, class-driven, you know, team-based shooter where you're shooting out soapy foam in this kind of Vegas-inspired battle arena. And it's super stylish. I think it's so funny because we're sitting here. We decided we're going to wait in line for something, right? Finally. We'd been kind of like just setting in to things that were available. This was the first thing we're going to wait in line.
And wait, we did.
And we waited for a while, and we're sitting there, and we're watching, and we're hearing what the demo station people are saying. And, you know, we're trying to learn the game, and we think we have a good handle on it. And then we get into the demo, and we get obliterated.
Yep. We listened to their spiel to, like, 3 different groups as we were here in line, like, listening, like, oh, I know everything about the controls now.
I know the characters.
I know who I'm going to
We even... So, the way the line works is you wait in line outside, and then you go into that... You see where those people are in the back, over here. And then you have, like, a Square Enix person there who's like, all right, I can add... You know, if you have any questions, let me know. Here's some basic things. You know, what kind of characters do you usually like to play in games? Let me know, and I'll set you up with a character you should pick. You know, we're dropping our, you know... Oh, I like to kind of play like an annoying, kind of agile character. Like, well, I got the perfect person for you. I'm like, cool. We get in, and yeah, we get destroyed.
Got thrashed.
I think the other team was very sweaty. Like, they were... I could hear them beforehand, like, talking it up, and, like, you could tell they were ready to compete. And so that didn't help. And we had, like... They were kind of sweaty, but they were just kind of, like, kind of chill. Just like a chill couple, you know? And so I was like, okay, well... I did get to be the star player for a round, which is really cool.
Of course.
Let's describe how this mode works.
Sure.
I know, how you sweaty at a game for you, right? So, this particular game mode was... I can't remember the name.
Smash the Star.
Smash the Star. And so you can see at the top here, you have 7 lives per team. And so... As soon as you drop the opponent's team down to 0 lives, a star, who is the best player on that team, is selected, and they get buffed, but basically now the other team just has to kill that star to win the match. So it's kind of like, you know, a VIP, you know, from Halo / Splitgate, but it slowly unfolds, and it bases the VIP on whoever's actually, like, the best player on the team. So I was that one time, just saying.
Best player on the team at that moment. Up till that point.
Yeah.
Not definitively.
Here's the so the way combat works is you're foaming everybody up, right? You're shooting them up with the foam, and then eventually, and that's why I went back in the footage. I'm trying to find. Okay, eventually you see here on the right, they become foamed up into a ball. And when you're in the ball, when you get foamed up into a ball, you can get saved if your other teammates surfboard into you, kind of like the Splatoon swimming. They surfboard into you, and they'll break the ball, and you'll come out, and you're good. The other team, if they crash into your ball with the surfboard, they bash you against the wall, you're dead. So that's how eliminations work. And so it's this interesting thing of, like, trying to stay close to your team as you're going out and doing fights because you want them to be able to save you at any time. You can kind of, you know... but then you have to get in the fray and get in there and try to foam up their guys. And so it's this interesting little strategy. Again, when you're just tossed in there for, first time, it's hard to nail all these ideas. Mm-hmm. And I think it is very much about team comp, where you have, the people that foam up the battlefield real nice, the people that can deal damage real good. It's very hard to grasp all of this in a demo setting. And yeah, the other team just did, I guess, and we didn't. So
I didn't. I feel like I brought the team down.
No, I think the other two were kind of... I was the best one, obviously.
For me, I was just already foamed up into a ball 3 seconds after I landed back in the arena, and so I was just man, I don't know, I'm stressed. There's all these people lined up behind me.
Yeah,
watching.
We ended up on these demo stations.
Session for me.
No, frame makers for me, dude.
That too. But that was the exact same situation.
Yeah.
There were people right behind us, and I was I'm fumbling right now. I'm so scared.
And we thought, again, we were trying so hard to listen. And
yeah, I really thought I had it, but I think I just fundamentally misunderstood too, the combat part. So.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be a really good game.
It's gonna be fun.
I think it's going to be a really cool game. I think it's going to be really fun when you have that full squad and you're coordinating nicely and everything.
Yeah. And you need some more practice,
For sure.
It's so fast.
Yeah.
You just can't pick it up that quickly.
Yeah.
But we did get a good feel for it. So, that's Foam Stars.
If you have questions about it, let us know. We'll we'll chat it up, because I know we got sweaty competitive gamers in our community. Our next thing was our first appointment of day 2. We're already more than halfway through day 2, though, because we didn't do much on day 2. Which was Galactic Getaway, which, if you can already tell, is a Animal Crossing inspired game that I felt most compared to Tower Unite, if my Tower Unite gamers are out there. Mm-hmm, it is a game where it is Animal Crossing inspired in that you are earning money to buy clothes, to buy furniture, to buy, crops and tools. But the way you earn that money is by playing minigames in kind of an MMO setting. It is an MMO, so you can see all these stations were linked together on the same server. And so you're all in this main hub world together. And essentially, if we all went to this minigame plaza here, you play minigames together with anyone that's there. And you can obviously play with just your friends, but then you can play with randoms. Again, similar to Tower Unite. And yeah, that's how you make your money, to buy all the stuff, to do all the Animal Crossing-like things that, you have in mind. And the minigames are very Mario Party-like. This one is one of the classic, just count it up. So you're counting the people that run by, and then this one slowly gets more complicated. I love miniskirt.
Yeah?
Okay, fish.
Do ya?
D-Gen hours. Yeah, this one layers on complications as it goes. Now I have to count people with hats, and then it's count people with this specific hat, and it gets more complicated. I really thought I did good at this, and it turned out to be 10 off of the final actual count.
Oops.
Earlier and earlier D-Gen hours. But yeah, I really enjoyed this. Again, we don't want to talk too deep because we have a really interesting conversation with the developers, which are, I'll at least tease this, that they are the creators of Nookazon and Tradery, which are online marketplaces that started up because Animal Crossing's trading kind of sucks. And it was a way for people to go online to coordinate trades of villagers. I wasn't that far off. Coordinate trades of villagers and clothing items and furniture items online in a way that really, made it simpler because, again, Nintendo didn't really prioritize that multiplayer thing. And yeah, I really enjoyed it. So it is an always online game, which is, some people have, don't like that, because that means if literally you don't have internet connection, if I'm on the Steam Deck somewhere, I cannot play this game.
Right.
and it is free, which is really cool. And yeah, I don't know. Do you have any big thoughts on this one? You know, don't want to give away too much from the article, but
Yeah. I don't know. One thing that you mentioned when we were just like taking down our notes for this that I definitely agree with is like this feels like a very, you know, hop in a Discord call with your friends kind of game, and like makes these two games that are, you know, fairly expensive and only on the Switch, which is Animal Crossing and Mario Party, like combines those two games basically and is free. So pretty sick. And they just had, they had a really interesting story with like
where they came from,
where their background is in. So it's going to be a really interesting article for y'all, I think.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it's clearly pretty early. They're going to put it out in early access, I think, is the plan sometime. I think they even said like a closed beta this winter, I think, and then an open beta in March is, I think again that's the closed beta is more for the Discord community, so check out their Discord.
Another Discord for y'all to pop into if you'd like.
But yeah, tons of really interesting little systems going into this one. Clearly, you know, has some rough around the edges bits, but it's looking good already. Why I brought up the always online is not the best environment to play this game. I don't have the footage in here because I didn't want to, you know, have that be a thing that hurt. Well, you could see some of it, I guess, here, but because of the Wi-Fi in the convention center being pretty rough, I have captions on. Rinks, welcome, hello. Our demo session was a little buggy because of that. Again, because the internet was so wonky in there, which is no fault of theirs really. But it did. I should have captions. What? Hold on. Yeah, I have captions. Are they not working? And yeah, I really like the concept, and this mini game, for those that know, is like Just Act Natural, so fish and
we hop into that one on occasion.
Got some crop action going here. Look at this cutie.
This little goofy. I loved that.
All right. So that was Galactic Getaway. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned
for the article.
More to come.
Stay tuned on this next game as well. We will also have an article, and there's not really any footage for this game. Again, we both were playing, and there's no actual footage out right now for this game. So I have a bunch of screenshots. But Dropkick Navi.
This is that new.
Yeah, you can go ahead and take the lead on this as I pause through these photos.
Okay. So, this is like a physics-based, not like crafting survival. And so, as you can see, there's a. It's got the goofy physics, almost not as much as we were expecting. Yeah, they say human fall flat is a big inspiration for them. So it wasn't quite so clumsy, but you know, if you're running around speeding on the go, you can like trip over a rock and like experience some of that goofiness. And so what's interesting is that there's no like inventory or anything like that. It's just like your left hand and your right hand can carry an item, or you can pick up these baskets and like chuck stuff into it. And so you like interact with this world tree that needs to be watered, and then it asks you to like help expand the world out to this like magical waterfall, so that it can like continuously be watered. And so that's sort of like the end goal that you're building to. And so to work up to that, you have this like tile-based system where you can like unlock these tiles slowly
Using the tree's fruit.
Yeah, the little glowy fruits there that you see on the tree. You toss those over to this like grayed out tile, and it'll like come into being. And then so each one unlocks these different resources, and then here, you know, there's this crafting element to create the tools that you'll need to get further and further out. There's like different levels of the tiles that, you know, need different resources. So you're like crafting the stuff to continue working on out. And I believe they said it's gonna be around like a six plus hour,
6 like 7 hour experience,
in
which is
total.
really cool because games like these don't usually
like have an end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so like this has a definitive end.
Yeah. And I think that's pretty cool.
I'm trying to figure out the captions.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure why they're not working. That's weird. But yeah, so it had like a cheeky sense of humor. It, you know, sort of encouraged experimentation and was like fairly intuitive to pick up. You know, there's like, you have this little bucket and you need to collect the water, and you just like drop it into the water to collect it, like that sort of thing. So just removes a lot of like potential barriers with things like inventory management, makes the controls pretty simple, and like has that very like physical element of, you know, just using the two hands and that's it.
Yeah, that was one of the things I'm saying. You don't have... It's not a game like Minecraft where you have an inventory of thousands. You literally have your two hands. And, you know, as these screenshots have shown, there's, like, baskets you can pick up to, like, put a bunch of resources into. And then you have to run around with it. But you risk tripping on a rock and dropping everything. And it's this whole thing. Thank you, Rinks. Thank you for stopping by at all. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rinks.
Yeah, I try to figure... I mean, the captions, for all I can see, should be working, so I don't know. Oh, I found... Yeah, okay, so this is not a great representation of the game. Do not judge the game on this. This is their...
Where did you find
these
this,
are
bro?
the gifts that are on the store page.
Oh, okay.
So I had to blow them up, and you know, they don't look great, but it shows you something of what the game is like, right?
Give you a little idea.
So yeah, you like manage the stuff with physics. You could, again, there's the basket you can throw rocks into, and you'll see in these gifts, you know, the falling over system that kind of happens as you navigate with these. There's some really good platforming to it. There's it's kind of got a really good like experimentation feel to it. It kind of almost reminds me of Tears of the Kingdom in a way, because it's got a similar, like, you have to just kind of intuit through physicality how to get through certain situations. Mm-hmm. There's like big old puzzles. You know, you'll unlock these new areas, and some of them will have like just something you can't quite comprehend, and like you have to just like platform your way up and try to figure something out. There's like some kind of sneaky puzzle to it. You just got to figure it out on your own. And through those puzzles, you unlock like potions. Did you mention that like can increase? There you go. The falling over. These potions that unlock more capability for the world tree to shoot get further out and build out these tiles even further. All of this footage is from Dropkick Navi First Try, or First Step.
First Step, yeah.
Which is the kind of prequel prologue demo that they're going to have coming out soon. I think they said like in a couple months, or if not this month.
I can't remember when exactly. Pretty soon though.
But yeah, it's really interesting. Has a really... I was trying to figure stuff out. I don't know if you said this, but it has a really fun and interesting and cheeky... Oh, that's on the screen.
Yeah, I just realized.
Usually that's not. Has a fun and cheeky writing style that really we really appreciated. It's pretty goofy, and yeah, I'm curious to see where this goes. We have again a full article coming for this as well. We chatted with one of the producers on the game and writers on the game actually as well, which was really cool. And yeah, that is you'll be able to try this soon. I think the one thing I'll say that was surprising was with an inspiration like Human Fall Flat, I really thought the physics were going to be even more unwieldy. But really, it's if you just decide to walk around, you can kind of avoid the tripping.
It's
action.
pretty smooth.
Which. Maybe that's just in the early going. Maybe those things that eventually get unlocked that kind of mess with you, and you know what I mean, make it that little bit more complicated, or just the folly of man, you know, wanting to be a little more rushed with your actions, you know, will be the thing that kind of messes things up. Yeah, really interesting and excited to see the full release. Again, a survival crafting game that's just like 5 hours. Like, that's so cool. Love that. I love that conceptually. They did also mention multiplayer's not for sure going to happen, but it's something that they are deeply considering. They know people like to play games like these with friends, and so it's something that is on the top of their priority list, but, you know, just can't guarantee that it will happen.
Yeah. Would love to see it.
I guess you should take the lead on this one, and then I have stuff to say, obviously, but then I'll do the next one.
Got it.
The next game we checked out is a really cool one called Roman Sands Rebuild from Arbitrary Metric, right? I think that's right.
I think so.
I think that's right. I'm going to Google real quick.
Yeah. Bring up the Steam page just so I can reference all of all those categories. You know?
Arbitrary Metric, which their Twitter page says anomalous consumer products.
Wow.
I
Cool.
love that. They are the developers of Paratopic. I keep saying Tropic. Paratopic, which was a very spooky PS1 inspired horror game. And this is weirdly a horror game as well. I'll read some of the Steam page just to really set people up for this.
Go for it.
So, okay, yeah. Stories intertwine in a new trip from the studio behind the IGF award-winning Paratopic. Roman Sands Rebuild is a delirium-charged journey into apocalypse which collides through visual novel, adventure, puzzle solving, horror, and survival simulation.
You got all that? Taking notes?
So basically, undefinable.
Yes.
In all the right ways. This is another game that we had an appointment for, so I'll just start putting a little footage, where we were able to talk with, I believe, the lead developer, Jessica Harvey. Finally got it right. I called them like 10 different names throughout the day for some reason. Yeah, go ahead and...
we had a great interview with her.
Yeah, really great interview.
Like, I was telling Nate right after we talked to her, like, she was just one of those people that had, like, an immediate answer for everything. Like, no matter what the question was, like, just had such a thoughtful and, like, rapid response. Like, just knew her shit so much and, like, clearly had, like, so much, like, passion behind this game and so much to say about it, so.
We would, like, you know, ask, and the way we wrote our questions, right, they're like, knowing this context and this context, and what you did there, what is this? You know, like, a long, like... And then they'd be like, she'd be like, so, no, you know, and it's okay, like, you, like, maybe take, like, a second, you know, just to, like, right. Anyway, you know, and we're just like, whoa.
I just thought that she was so impressive when we talked to her. I was like, damn, could never be me, but wow. Okay, so, yeah, this game just sort of drops you right into the demo. Here I was just exploring and like totally in the wrong place, so ignore that, but yeah, just sort of like started wandering around, and then you go into this resort, and you start to meet these like elderly residents at this resort who are all like super rude, idiot. Like, you know, look down on you, treat you like service worker they don't give a shit about kind of thing. And yeah, you just like talk to them and slowly are trying to figure out what's going on. Like, don't even know who you are or why you're there or what this place is or who they are. So very, like it said, like delirium fueled. And you slowly start to uncover that like something weird is going on with the sun. I'm vibing here to the
great
soundtrack.
I mean, the main thrust of the first game is kind of, I don't want to go too far, but like mundanity is like the key to it. And it's like as you start to talk to these people, they start asking you to, hey, I left my bag outside, can you get it for me? Hey, I'm tired, can you get me a chair? Hey, I want a margarita, and so like that's kind of what you start focusing in on, is kind of fulfilling their needs, as again, you are kind of, you wake up here, but they're like, you work here.
And you're like, okay, I work here.
You help us, and it becomes this whole thing. And it's, I don't know why Marge Simpson is here, but she is. Does that character not look like Marge?
Pardon?
Did you not? Look, that's Marge.
Sure, I guess.
Marge got the pearl necklace and the tall hair.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a really fascinating. Again, we don't want to give away too much for our upcoming article, which again has a really interesting discussion. But yeah, you mentioned that there's something happening with the sun and the world is ending, and that's kind of the big thrust, is how do we figure stuff out while the world's ending? How do we feel okay while the world's ending? But that is just, again, the first game. Because after, in this demo at least, you fix the elevator, it starts coming down, and you're waiting for this big reveal, and they're making a big show out of this elevator being fixed, and what's gonna happen? Oh, cut away. And it's funny, we thought maybe we're done.
Act 2,
and it is an entirely different thing.
Yep. This one you're at it's like a
zoological research facility. You have as you see here, I'll pause. That is a cow inside of this like cube, and it's like dying. So something's wrong with your cow. And I think this is where they basically said the horror comes in a lot more, right? Is in the second game. You're isolated in this little station, and while you're in the station, there's another person at another station similar to yours. There's like a bunch of people in these little stations, right? But you have one person that you have a direct connection to, and you're kind of communicating with each other all throughout. Some Minesweeper.
Took a little moment to play some Minesweeper.
Yeah, as one, I also want to shout out these demo stations.
Yeah, these were sick.
What was I going to say? Just
horror?
Such a drastically different tone and even gameplay style. Like, the interface is completely changed. Graphically, you can kind of obviously still see some of the same, like, 3D modeling and stuff like that, whatever. But, like, it totally feels like a different game.
Yeah.
In its second game. That's how Jessica was telling us about it. There's the first game and the second game, and they're related. The characters are the same. They're the same characters, but without saying too much, they said something about like, who knows if it is exactly the same person, if it's years later, if it's a multiverse, who knows, And so again, without saying too much, because there's a lot to get into with that game, just lots of weird stuff happening that are completely up our alley. Visual novel vibes. Obviously we love our Danganronpas and all our 9999999, Zero Escape. We played a few of those. And just the idea of like having to get into a certain rhythm with the gameplay of, doing that service work. There's kind of like a looping mechanic to that first game where you have to kind of like figure out the best route and way to help all the people, you know. Yeah. Anything else?
I think we should call it there. We've been talking about that for a little bit. Yeah. Excited for that one.
The next one we played was actually the partner to Roman Sands, right next to it, Long Gone Days, which is a game I've been following for quite a while. I actually own it in early access currently. You might be wondering, how does a JRPG do, early access? And they've basically gated off story content. Long Gone Days is a game where you play as a sniper, a young rookie sniper for an organization called The Core. And you go out on your first mission, and you immediately see kind of the horrors of war. You see how what you're doing in this as part of this organization is not great, and you run off. You leave the organization immediately, and so you're on the run. You're in this foreign land where you don't know the language, and it becomes this dangerous battle for survival for your character. You eventually meet people that are sympathetic to what you're doing and obviously know the language, and it becomes this interesting game about language barriers, about, again, okay, Chicory, chill out.
Really popping off right now.
Yeah, it becomes this interesting game about those language barriers, about the true horrors of war. Obviously, if you could see in this gameplay, it's pretty cinematic. It has a really nice style. There's a kind of mix between that RPG gameplay and, again, the main character is a sniper, and so there is actually these sniping sequences. And so this is that first mission the character goes on and realizes, like, what are we doing here? As you can see, you're asked to shoot these targets, and they just kind of seem like people standing around, right? But you're told to do it, so you do it, and then you start to realize that, wait, I think are we the baddies? And it's a really beautiful pixel art aesthetic. It has like anime inspired portraits. If there's anything we're gonna tease about this interview, again, another game we had an interview for. It's the key for this game from the developer we talked to is that feeling of like bringing it something so big and painful as war, and bringing it down to a personal level, where in the RPG combat, which I don't know if I have footage of it in here or not, but if I do, okay, I don't, or maybe in the trailer. How do they not have the RPG gameplay in the trailer? Like the turn-based battles is what I mean. In the turn-based battles, it's like you're face on, eye to eye with your enemies. I think there was a little bit there. Okay, anyways. And so it's really about that again, that personal angle, the seeing someone eye to eye as you shoot them down. And building these relationships with these people that are kind of helping you and fighting back against the situation that's happening. It's just a really interesting game. Oh, and you actually aren't killing in this game. It is a game about war that is non-violent. All the characters are knocking people out rather than killing them. So, like, I think you either have tranquilizer darts or plastic bullets or something. It takes a different approach to that. So that's really fascinating, right? What war game, I think Metal Gear technically could be considered that, with tranquilizers again. Mm-hmm. But what war game do you know that's non-violent, So yeah, Long Gone Days is coming out October. Again, it's out in early access on PC right now, so you can start to play it. Though they did let us know that the early access saves do not cross over into the main game. So don't get too far, but if you want to check it out early, you can through that. But yeah, really interested in Long Gone Days. Our next game is a silly, funny, goofy one. Oh, wait. Oh, I see what happened. Our next game is not a game yet. It is actually a panel, and we won't talk too much about it because we don't have anything footage-wise or anything. This is all we have for it. It is the Steamy or Silly Great Video Game Sex Scene Debate that happened at 9:30 p.m. on Saturday.
That's right. We got to attend PAX West's first ever 17-plus panel.
Yeah.
They had to raise the age limit on this bad boy once they saw the footage.
They've done this event. They've done this panel a few different times already. But this was the first time they had to do 17 plus, which was really interesting. I feel like now I know exactly which one it was that caused that. Castlevania.
Oh.
More than, like, the others are just kind of, like, silly.
Yeah.
Right? But yeah, this was, again, we won't necessarily go too far into it, but this was just a really interesting, it turned out to be, it started as like, oh, we're going to go and we're just going to laugh at some bad sex scenes. But one, like, everyone was so in love with their sex scene that they brought to the game that, like, they had really thoughtful takes about them that really changed. You're like, oh yeah, that is really interesting, and
you're
really,
like, okay, I could see it.
Yeah,
it's not so silly.
Reframed your whole thing on, including in the upper right. You can see that is from The Witcher 3. It is Geralt and Yennefer having sex on a horse, a unicorn, a stuffed unicorn.
In fact,
Astarion from Baldur's Gate 3, and he's kind of a goofball, kind of non-serious sometimes, and there was some other ones. There was a really, really fascinating one from the Castlevania show on Netflix. That was one sex, please. That was just a really, without spoiling anything from that show, it was just a really fascinating scene and, like, way more complicated and nuanced, and it was a really interesting conversation about that. Bradley,
it made me really want to watch the show.
Yeah, Bradley. I'll just say they cut out the fight scenes from it, but it's an episode that is, like, entirely this, like, a long fight and cutting into these sex scenes that were happening, and they were specifically focusing in on the sex scenes, and it was just a really interesting discussion, and the panelists were all great. Yeah. Anything else?
No, that's pretty much it.
It was a good time.
Awesome conversation.
Yeah.
And it was fun. Like, yeah, like you were saying, like, they would play the clips first, and then they would get into their discussion of, like, why they brought it and what it means to them. And so, like, we'd be watching it, and the whole crowd is laughing, because a lot of it is, like, really absurd. But then, like, yeah, they would launch into their, sort of takes on it. You'd be like, yeah. Like, I was laughing a second ago, but it's steamy in that way, or it's like meaningful to some players
silly,
in that way.
It's silly with no context.
Yeah.
But when you hear the context, it's like, oh, yeah, that's a really emotional and powerful, and they really went, they really analyzed them down to the, the colors and the, you know what I mean? Like, it was a really cool panel, and it shows, what thoughtful, what we're trying to do with VGG, right? What thoughtful thinking can bring to things that otherwise people may just dismiss, And so, yeah. God, we are already about to hit our end of stream, and we're barely getting into day 3.
Yep.
So go away, Steamy or Silly. Let's start day 3.
Let's begin.
Day 3, I forgot to put in a day thing, but it works because in the game there's only 3 days, technically. Like, you only see that doom doom thing 3 times, so it worked out for me that I forgot to put it in. But this was day 3. This was Sunday. This footage is not from Sunday, but Sunday is what we did. Thank you, Donald the Fun. I know it's coming up later, bro. The fuck you mean? Sunday. Yeah, Sunday was a much lighter day than Saturday. It was a lot.
No, Saturday was the light day.
No.
Yeah.
Saturday was the busy day. What are you talking about? Friday was day one. Saturday was insane, and then Sunday started to get lighter.
Oh, you mean the crowds?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about our schedule.
No. Oh, you see Freddy? Where?
Where?
Wait,
where is he?
Where do you see? Oh, just the big Freddy.
Oh.
I thought you see like the. So yeah, animatronic Freddy was wandering around.
I don't think we got any footage of that.
So this was a game that we got an email from the developers ahead of time, asking us to come out. It was a really great email. It was really personal, but we had already kind of booked our schedule, so we couldn't set aside the time. But we did want to make sure we went down and checked out their game, and it was really fascinating because the email we got was very personal, felt very humble. It was like, please come check out our game. Like, we really want to showcase our game to people. And then you come here, and this
that's
is
what
the
they're
booth.
rocking with.
This is the booth that they have for their game. They had multiple games here, but this was the big booth for Big Boy Boxing, which, as you can see, is a Punch-Out inspired kind of arcade fighting game. You see me here chilling, fighting Coach Skank. This was the first thing we did in this day ahead of our first appointments. So I was a little still kind of shaking off the morning sleepies. You can see I was not good at dodging. I got the rhythms down. But look how hard it is to dodge. I'm sorry, Fish. You had to wait for this moment. So yeah, you're fighting.
Grand reveal.
You're fighting Coach Skank, dodging left and right. You can dodge backwards as well. You punch the little. He just comes in so fast.
Yeah.
So I'm playing this demo the whole time. You see me. I'm falling. I'm like, I don't know what's going on.
He was in his feelings at this point.
And I go, you want to play? And Fern goes, yeah, I'll play. And I'm sitting there. Fern's playing. Fern's feeling it. I could tell Fern's feeling it. Fern is like in there, ready to fight, ready to throw hands. And then I'm coaching. I gotta have some credit for the coaching.
He was coaching.
I was coaching pretty good. I was in the corner. I was going.
He had the past experience.
Okay, but how does it all end up, gamers?
Victory.
Fern beats Coach Skank with 1 health left. Used a good old Thunder Punch. Took less than a minute to do it. We're gonna ignore the fact that the little 3
I went sweaty
missions,
gamer mode, bro.
the 3 missions were not accomplished because we didn't even know about them, really.
Yeah, it didn't communicate those ahead of time. That was weird.
But Coach Skank got rocked.
Yeah, I have great news for you, Fish, because this was really fun. Like, literally, after we played it, whenever there was, like, a moment when we were just walking by
running
here and we had a minute and we had nothing else to do, I was like, I mean, maybe we just go back.
Go play. At one point, there was one station open, and it was the main stage. I said, "Get in there, gamer."
Bro, I'm not
and
gonna
you
do
said
that.
no. So
I'm not gonna get on the freaking ring.
But yeah, we really like this. As you can see in the footage, just the fluidity of the animation really adds like a new layer to the Punch-Out like experience. You know, because it's. You know, before it's like you just wait for a little winky, wink, 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 or something, you know, and then you get your swings in. But here it's like you really have to be on top of your reflexes, and you just really have to be ready for everything that comes at you. We didn't get to talk to them or anything, so there's no date. But Fish, there is a demo out now.
Oh,
so you can go
shit.
check that out on the Steam store page for Big Boy Boxing.
Get in there.
One of our highlights of the show for sure.
Yeah, very fun.
And this one you might recognize. Maybe a little bit.
Does this look familiar to anybody?
I don't know.
I've heard about it. I've heard it. I've heard about it in a certain Nate's voice.
Oh.
A lot of times.
Oh.
Oh, well, Fish, let us illuminate.
This is Beastie Ball. We got to chat with Greg Libanov. There's a pronunciation of the last name I keep.
I feel like it's this.
I think I was
not
close.
Lobanov.
Yeah. So this one we have probably the least really to talk about because we didn't actually play the demo, and the demo is the demo that we've already played. It's pretty much the demo that is available online. So we
Some
didn't.
slight visual differences.
Yeah, some slight visual differences, which I will show in just a second here. But mostly we were there just to chat and talk about BC Ball, talk about what the team is doing with this game. And so we learned a lot of really cool stuff. And we're excited to talk about all that, but we won't have much to say here because we didn't really play the game in person. Actually, that's our friend.
That's our pal.
That's our
Q
Q Games pal that we chatted with several times throughout the show right here. Very cool. But yeah, so BC Ball is the monster collecting volleyball RPG. Very cool game. The big thing that they were showing here at the show was the change to the character art, which lock in these designs here. These are the screenshots of the new character art, and then I'll play the trailer that you can compare the character art from these screens to the trailer. All the actual combat, the RPG system plays out on this 2x2 grid on either side. It's all about knocking the ball into where the monsters, the beasties, are not, or it's about not getting their stamina down to 0 so that they cannot return the ball. You got abilities, you got like reactions, you got all kinds of stuff. It's a really great game. Obviously, I love it. I've talked about it a lot. I've played it a lot. The demo I played like several hours worth. I tried to like skip through parts of the world to keep playing it, and I couldn't. But yeah, we just had a really great chat with Greg. And yeah, you can see the character art difference here. The little thinner outline, little more kind of, you can see the pieces of the modular design of the created characters a little more. And so like the new character art, they try to go for a more consistent kind of look across the board for the characters. And it looks really great. And Beastie Ball's great. And
Beastie Balls are good.
the other big thing with this game is the camaraderie system, which we talked to Greg about a lot. The camaraderie system is something that develops after you get these new beasties to join your team. You'll find that they develop new relationships. Some of them become partners. They just do really well in the sport together, so they elevate each other. Some of them become lovers, so they elevate each other because they want to make the other one happy. They become besties. Some of them become rivals, so they make each other better because they're trying to outshine the other one, Mm-hmm. And so it's a constant, really interesting, as I said, it's a surprise every time, right? Every time you get these beasties, you don't know how they're going to interact with the ones you already have and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, we have a nice chat with Greg that we'll be putting into an article on the site. Beastie Ball is, of course, a game that we are so excited for. If you didn't know, this whole time you've been watching, the soundtrack we're listening to is Chicory, which is made by Wishes Unlimited, who's making Beastie Ball. And also Chicory was our 2021 game of the year, our first game of the year, right?
Yes.
Yes, our inaugural game of the year. And Beastie Ball was our best of show and not E3. My best of show.
Yeah.
And not E3 2023.
So look forward to it.
We have some love for this game. And it was so exciting to be able to talk to Greg. And we had a good chat.
Yeah.
Next is a game. Ben is not here. Ben,
wake up.
Roboco.
Yeah, you're welcome, fish.
Is an early access robot game where you put these little pieces together, but it's kind of the cheekiest edition of one of these robot games as possible, right? The whole thing is it has this really gives you really goofy tasks. So in the demo we played, your task is to deliver a sandwich to the table. And so at first, I'm learning the systems. It's got the WASD, IJKL, WASD to move your robot, and then IJKL to control the little bits, the pistons and the servos and all of the whatnot. And so One, I just want to say this has like, it's a really intense editor. Like you can see down here,
Yeah.
you've got move in 3D space here. You've got rotate in 3D space. You got change the size of objects by certain drag points. It's really, there's a lot going on. But it's also weirdly intuitive. I don't know if it's just because of, like I said before, like the Tears of the Kingdom effect, right? Like where people are kind of more mechanically brained now because of that game, where you're forced to make machines to succeed, right? And so you see, okay, so I made, I started making this thing. The whole mission here is you have to deliver a sandwich to a table. So I put on this ramp onto these hinges to have like a little plate for the plate to land on. You can see I'm just tinkering here. I'm trying to figure some stuff out. I think I'd come up with my next system because I figured out I could land the sandwich on that plate, but then I couldn't get it to the table. So then I was working with these things here to make basically a piston to shove the sandwich plate then forward onto the table. And so I'm experimenting with that, and you can see here my first attempt. You can hear my live reactions here. Oh, here we go, chat. Okay, line it up, line it up. Oh, careful now.
I'm scared.
Okay, bring the piston down.
No. You crushed it. It's dead. And then the person at the booth, like running the booth, came over and was like, "That was so weird. Why did your sandwich explode?"
No, he was like, kind of acknowledging that I was kind of goofy and shouldn't have happened. But it was super fun, and I was committed. So chat, did I deliver that sandwich to that table or not?
Hey, what's up, Yama?
Yama, I need to know what you think. Well, you're wrong if you didn't believe in me. I delivered that sandwich, and I did it without touching the table. I accomplished one of the sub goals.
He's a mad lad.
You can see that what I did was I moved the piston a little further back. I just had a perfect run, right? Like I had a perfect run eventually. I kept doing it just over and over, being like, I know this will work. And it did eventually. So this is out now in early access. I think this is a great, fun little version of the robot like kind of creation game. And we got officially, by beating the demo, I was handed. It's like in a small plastic, so it's very small. I was handed and hired by Roboco. I was handed my own Roboco personnel badge, so I'm now part of Roboco.
Dang,
I
what's
work there
the
now.
salary like?
This pin is
okay.
the salary.
Well,
Yeah.
room for improvement.
So, but yeah, that was genuinely one of the most fun demo sessions I had, because I was able to just kind of sit there and just kind of lose myself in it a little bit. And at this point of the week, we're so exhausted and tired, and so it was nice to just sit and play a game for a while. Welcome, Lady Lunady.
Oh, hey, welcome.
Yeah, come on in. We're talking about everything we saw at PAX this year, so yeah, workers' rights is a travesty. But yeah, really, it's again, the humor in this game is really great. It's all about the kind of goofiness of these robots, and it's very Simone Yetch, if you know Simone Yetch, the queen of shitty robots is what she used to kind of call herself.
Nice.
And there's a lot of stuff like that where it's like, or even, there's those TikToks of like, this robot has a very human design, and it's like, here's how it wakes you up, and it's like just a metal arm slapping you, right? Like,
Yeah,
that's
the vibe.
That's the vibe of this game. And so there's lots of tools.
I think
feel
there's
like,
literally one that's like that, wake up the human.
I think it's got a really great aesthetic, and it's just a really approachable version of those games. Not to talk trash on another game, but Mars First Logistics is a game that Ben was playing on stream over at Infinity Break, and it just like there was some personality, but didn't really have a ton of personality. And this just feels like it has all the personality. You know what I mean? Like, it just feels like it really nails it. Yes, shout out for Infinity
Give
Break.
a little shout out since
Yes,
we're
of course.
trashing on your Mars First Logistics.
Well, that's why we're here to tell you about Roboco. But yeah.
Both great games, both valid.
Yeah.
But yeah, this one's
It's more up our
got
alley.
Got some silliness that we like.
Next, our next appointment for the day. This was our kind of like, as I called it, the Indie Stars Day. You know, I met with BC Ball first, and then we were meeting with Billy Basso, the solo developer of Animal Well, which some of you may know primarily as Donkey, video game Donkey's first published game for Big Mode Games. Animal Well was a treat. I knew from the minute we first saw it, it was something I was interested in, and playing the demo was such a fun time. It's a 10-minute demo, so it was time limited. So I knew that going in, and it's a game all about mystery. It's a game all about uncovering, just exploring and figuring stuff out. It's a game. It's a game that it has, as you'll see in our interview, it has multiple layers. It's approachable on one layer. It's, you know, a little more mysterious on a second layer for those that are trying to dig a little deep. And then there's things that and again, I don't want to, never want to give away too much for the article's sake, but the developer talks about wanting some mysteries in this game that could last literally like
a decade
long. And like his dream, right, is to have there be some stuff in this game that like 5 years from now we see a headline being like, someone finally found one of Animal Well's deepest secrets, you know. And that's kind of the intention of the design. Again, these are the deep things. Like, it's not like every part of this game is like that. There is just a version of this game that you hop in and enjoy and get, you know, some fun out of it. You don't need to go all the way deep. But even here, right, we see there's 3 buttons in this room. There's 3 lights over there. How do we get those 3 buttons on? You kind of start exploring. Yeah, I don't want to give away too much for the interview. We chatted for, this was probably our longest interview.
It was.
We chatted for like 34 minutes with Billy, which was really cool. It was really cool that, you know, he gave us that time, and it was a really interesting conversation. And yeah, we're just super excited for it. I don't know, what's your take from the observer over the shoulder? It feels really good, by the way, the platforming. It's just really responsive, and like, it's not too floaty. It's got a good weight to it. Yeah.
Not too much to add from my perspective. You know, like I have said, I am not the greatest at platformers, but I mean, I would be interested in just like hopping in to try this one. You know, there are just some that like capture your attention enough that
you want to try a different genre.
I want to test it. I want a little taste of it, see if I can manage it. Just because it's like so beautiful, and like you're saying, just watching it, like I could kind of tell that it was like really responsive and, you know, like just smooth to play in that way. So
look at the visuals.
Like, yeah, the visuals, like
that fog effect.
This is like even, you know, on a really terrible like recording of the screen. Like, it looked so beautiful, so in crisp, there, and like, you know, it was dark in the hall. They kept it pretty dark in there so that it didn't like interfere with the visuals on the screens, and yeah, it just looked amazing.
Yeah, they again, a little more teaser from the interview, but it's a long one anyway. Billy did talk about, you know, wanting to keep the platforming not too like overwhelming for people that, you know, do want to just hop in and try it out. And, you know, they were throughout the the days of walking by there, you know, they were openly encouraging kids to come try the demo. So like they really have, you know, a certain audience in mind, and which is everyone, honestly. Like I think that's, you know, that's the key here. And yeah, really interesting chat. Excited to dive into it more. Really exciting game. It's wild to start that demo and see Big Mode Games and like Donkey's Frog logo for that, and be like, that's I can't believe he's doing it. You know, he's putting out games. So yeah, that was really cool. Our next game, and this is a photo from the official Twitter account, correct, of the developers.
I believe.
Maybe.
I think so. I was just wildly grabbing because we realized last minute today, oh, we both were playing and didn't take any pictures or video here.
And the other reason we didn't take pictures and videos, because even when we were, you know, not playing and waiting for, like, there were lines, you know, we were chatting with the developers.
We were chatting up a storm. Listen.
So the Spirit Swap devs, we just gotta say, are the best.
They were the best.
We had a really great time chatting with them. We made them cry. This was one of our hugs.
Yes.
Confirmed.
We did experience a hug here at the Spirit Swap.
With
Can
the
you
Soft
believe?
Not Weak team.
Yes.
Well, specifically one person on the team,
Yeah.
but yeah, it was a really great time. And so yeah, let's talk about Spirit Swap. So Spirit Swap Lo-Fi Beats to Match 3-2 is the full title. It is a mix between a Match 3, Panel de Pawn, or Tetris Attack, you know, they're the same game, inspired gameplay style, mixed with a visual novel, where in the story, the single player story, you're going up against these characters. Big Hat.
Big
Rob
Hat.
is in.
Get in here, gamer.
And through these interactions you have with them, you know, it helps you kind of develop a relationship there, you know. I hear that, you know, when through talking to them, I think we found out that you can essentially you compete against each one of them once, and then you get to kind of choose who you want to be with after that, you know. And so that's a really cool thing that this genre doesn't necessarily do all the time. This footage also is from older builds, probably. Again, we only had so many things that we could pull from for this footage because we did not capture while we were there. But yeah, it's really cool. As someone who loves Tetris Attack, this was a really fun time. And as someone who hasn't really played that kind of game, you know, we talked about something really interesting there. Go ahead and give your thoughts on Spirit Swap.
Yeah, so we played the Versus demo.
Which is first time.
The show. Their first time
The
showing.
local Versus.
Yeah, the first time showing their local Versus mode. So we got to play against each other. And the first thing that we saw hopping in was that each person, even though you're playing against each other and like competing, you can each set your own like difficulty level in terms of like the speed of how fast things come down. And so yeah, that was just really awesome. He put it at like a 5, I put mine at a 3.
So not only that too, but just genuinely the difficulty as well. There was like chill, like I think that affected the rate at which, you know, the speed does increase after that, and it also affected the amount of trash that gets sent to the other player and stuff like that. I grabbed this because it seemed interesting.
Nice.
Yeah, and it's just obviously a beautiful looking game, a very diverse cast of characters, which may have an interesting story to that as well. You're gonna have to read our article to find out what that means, but just a really cool team, really great game, just
really amazing music.
Oh yeah, the music obviously
that's
lo-fi
part
beats
of the name
to match 3
but that's just a huge part of it. The music I believe is by Melty Cannon.
Yes.
On their team. And yeah, just all around amazing vibes.
Was just a highlight for us all around because again, the chat we had with the developers, I mean, we hugged. Come on, like that tells you everything you need to know right there, right? It was just such a treat. Yeah, well, there is. I mean, again, that's a specific mode. There is. I think there was talk of like an endless kind of Zen mode or something.
Yeah, they do have several different modes. I can't remember.
But
off
I
the
guess
top of my head
yeah,
what
you
they all
still
are.
wouldn't be able to like.
There were like maybe 4 different modes.
But like the story will have verses and timing based stuff like. But it seems like they are really open to like setting difficulty, like allowing you to set your difficulty and you know track that in a way. So yeah, worth checking out. There is a demo, so you can try it out, and it is out now, and they're going to be updating it to have the local versus mode soon. We'll probably play it on stream again just because we had such a good time playing it at the show. And yeah, again, because I don't know if you were saying this, but because you could set your own difficulties, it did really help us to, you know, have an enjoyable experience without like, you know, I feel like, okay, so at first, right, we've been talking to the devs, and there's a long line, right, and there's people watching. There's like, the way they have it set up is you play over here, and then there's like a TV off to the side that's showing what's playing there, right? Mm-hmm. And so I was like, I'm not going to just go hard. And that's half the reason I went to 5, right? Like, I was like, I'm going to make it harder for me and, like, you know, not just, like, demolish you. But then I'm, like, you know, trying to take it a little easy. And then all of a sudden I'm getting all this trash sent. And I'm like, what the wait. And then it's after that first round where I still win, where I start to go, wait, I can't just, you know, like, I can't just sit back. Where then we go into round 2 and I am trying hard now. Julie beats me in round 2, and then it suddenly all the tension is suddenly ratcheted up again. We're being watched, right? And so, you know, that difficulty thing really does work to where we both had an enjoyable time at very different speeds and difficulties, you know, which is really cool. Like, I don't think a lot of puzzle games that have versus mode allow that.
Yeah.
There are, you know, there are some that do allow that kind of speed control and stuff, but like, there's just something about it specifically that had like a really cool feel. And yeah, really great time. Really, you know, excited for that team. Keep an eye out for the article. It's going to be great.
Very excited.
So then this is one of the strangest moments of the show. We are waiting for no, we're done, huh?
Yeah,
Spirit Swap was our last appointment.
We were just wandering, killing time at this point.
And so we're just wandering around trying to find some things to play. Because it's killing time, but it's also like... that's right, Spirit Swap, we actually didn't get to play immediately after that interview.
Yeah.
So we had to like go wait for the line to kind of cool off. And so we went around the building to try to find some other stuff to do while we waited for the line. And we come across this station called Games, which I think is mainly they offer the service of portable gaming hardware. So there was like setups for like Xboxes that have screens attached. This is like a PC, like monitor and speaker setup, and it's this whole thing. And we just see this weird game playing, and I'll just start playing this on this screen, and we're like, what is that? That looks interesting. It's this game called Exhausted Man, which you actually have on your wish list, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And so we're like, oh, this feels just like us at PAX. And it's just this game where you like, I don't know, yeah, you played it more, so like I just slinking around doing weird shit.
It was so strange. Yeah, this is one that somehow like made it onto my radar at some point. And so basically what it does is it has you sort of like set the stage here, like you're in this little like blank area, and it has you like choose some furniture to put down to like create this little stage where your like scenario is gonna happen. And then it just like gives you a scenario based on like what you've put down.
I am one.
And it asks you to, you know, meet these certain 4 criteria. So here it was wanting me to.
So yeah, you had, so it says make head move, right? And so we're like, okay, we did that. And then head touches living yoga mat, and we're like, okay.
That was easy.
Yeah, but then this one we were like, nap from a height and make head move 5 meters. We're like, what does that mean?
Yeah. So I was just like experimenting, like trying to figure out what exactly that means.
We climbed up on this little tentacle and dropped down. And so the real reason this demo was weird, because this is fine. Like, the game's weird enough, right? Like, but that's not why it's weird. So Julie's playing, and I'm sitting there next to you, taking some pictures, taking some video. Oh, wait, no. Even before this, right? It's before this.
Immediately when we sat down.
So when we sat down, we start the demo, and there's like a person there, and she's like, oh, it's not reset. Oh, hold on. And then she walks over to this, like, guy who's playing at one of the stations with, like, looks like he's playing with, like, a little kid, like he's showing the kid the demo. And then she goes over there, and she pulls the kid over and says, can you help? And he's like, yeah, I gotcha. And he, like, comes up in front of Julie and starts on the keyboard and, like, starts working. And I'm just like,
I have to emphasize, literally, looked like a 6-year-old.
Like a 6-year-old,
like,
yeah.
Child.
Like, we're sitting and, like, this tall, like it was just so strange.
It was so funny.
And then it gets stranger because as Julie's playing, I'm sitting there and the kid comes over and he has an Xbox controller. And by the way, he fixes the demo and, like, sets it up for Julie to play and is, like, telling us how to do it, right? Like, it's like, okay, now you can start it, and there you go. And we're like, okay, Xbox. And I'm sitting there, the kid comes up with an Xbox controller, is like, you want to play with me? Well, they're busy, so, and I was like, I don't have a reason to say no. Fuck. Sure. And so I'm just over here, held hostage by this child, as we played Double Dragon, the new remake of Double Dragon, and we're just sitting over there together, and he's like, I'm like, yeah, who's your favorite character? I don't know how to interact with this kid, and we're just playing, and I'm just like, keep looking over my shoulder, kind of like, are you done over there? Like, and we we beat a whole level, which is like 5 minutes, and I'm like, oh, actually, I think we gotta go to our next thing right now. I'm so sorry. That was so fun, though. Man, wow, that was so cool. Thanks for playing with me. That was so cool. And I, like, to put the controller down, and I'm like, walk over to Julie, and I'm like,
he goes, let's go.
It was just the weirdest time. But Exhausted Man's interesting. I mean, it's not like, I left it in because it was just such a fascinating experience we had playing that.
But it's just so bizarre.
Yeah, that's my new best friend. That was my second hug, man. Yeah, this was a really cool experience. A VGG alumnus, if you will.
Yeah.
Project Anomaly, which was a game that we covered for Steam Next Fest before. You want to try to hit the bit.ly? I don't know if you know it off the top of your head, but...
I can find it.
Project Anomaly is like a Pokemon Snap meets 90s anime meets cryptid game. And yeah, they had a booth. They had initially, when we covered it for Steam Next Fest, they like DM'd me directly and were like, hey, can you check out our game? And I did, and I had a great time with it. I really believe in the project. And they had a booth, and it was so cool to just stop by and hang out, and we got to meet, we got to meet in person, and he was so excited to see us, and like we were so excited to see him. It was just like a really nice time, right? Like it was just a good time, and if you could see, like, had a really cool booth, a lot of fun. I loved his booth specifically because he found a lot of low-cost solutions to promoting his game. So this is there's like a 3-eyed cat cryptid that you can meet in the game, and it's literally just a trash bag, I assume, attached to a fan that he drew on, and it looks like the design he had made. Like, that's so good.
Big brain.
He had all these memes kind of posted on his table, which are really good. That's like I don't even know where it came from, but the name for that is Soy Jack, where it's like, oh, like the guy, like the soy facing on that's what they call it, soy facing. Which
Weird.
is, yeah, it kind of has to do with that shitty version, but had some memes, had these really great the cutouts of different character designs. Like, you could tell, like, he made a gachapon machine, but it was clearly like there's like a bottle in there, and it's just like it's probably like hollowed out or like cut out on one side, and just one ball will drop out, you know. That camera down in the bottom is the in-game camera, and it was like a friend painted a disposable camera for him to like make it look like the one in the game, and it looks great. Like, I just really appreciated seeing, you know, as at the same level that we saw like the high quality like nutty like booths, like this is high quality and it didn't need like a huge budget, right? Like,
yeah.
and that's what indie's all about for me, you know. And so like it was so cool to see our new friend who is, you know, trying to make this game have a new build of the game too, with controller support and a new art. Yeah, just one guy. And so it was really cool to meet and check it out and see this great booth. Yeah, it was a great time. Project Anomaly demo out now.
Woo!
Check it out.
Definitely recommend. That was a fun one.
And then I think we were finally gonna head back to, right? Exactly. There you go. Project Anomaly is inspiring. I was pointing at the chat.
I was like, what are we referring to?
And then, yeah, as we wandered back to... Yeah, there you go, Frog Counter.
Nice.
As we wandered back to Spirit Swap, we stumbled upon Woodo. And I'll let you go ahead.
Yeah, this was one that we had on our list a little bit ahead of time, but like didn't really have any plans to check it out. I think we'd like just learned about it kind of just before heading there. But this was at Daedalic, so with Wildwoods. And yeah, so it just drops you right into this little sort of like puzzly diorama. And so it gives you, you know, these little elements on the side, and you're trying to find where they go, and you're sort of guided by, like, you know, which side it's on based on, you know,
the perspective on the right side
here, yeah, which way it faces, kind of helps you figure out which side it's on, and yeah, it's just like a really relaxing puzzle game. And there was like a little narration, like some sort of little story to it. But yeah, you're just placing all these different elements, and it was really lovely. It
gives vibes of, you know, cozy Zen coloring book stuff.
Yeah.
But with a more interactive and more, you know, complicated system. This is the most simple one that they had, like, in the demo. The person next to us was like doing a whole room.
Mm-hmm.
And that was like putting every chair in, every like floorboard, you know, so I think it could be a really fascinating, like, kind of meditation game where you just kind of go in and just lose your mind for a little bit in a good way.
Yeah.
By doing these little dioramas. And yeah, it was one that I think it was one of our most unexpected joys of the games we demoed, and was just a good time.
Yeah, it immediately grasped me. I will be returning.
No, I wanted to play. I was like several times I was like, no, I think it's over there, you know, like I was trying to hop in there. And then that was the last thing we did for the day before running off to our second panel of the show.
Because then we went, oops, there's like 10 minutes until this panel that we were going to go to.
It was not, you know, we were able to get in easily, and it was a good time. This was the Comfort and Chaos panel, which was discussing non-cozy games. So games that aren't built to be cozy, but people find comfort in, and why that is, and what kinds of things do these games provide to these people to give them that cozy feeling, and why does it provoke that? And it was a really interesting discussion with some really great people. This was the second time we saw Anna Schumann. It was also on the
Silly or sexy.
yeah, Steamy or Silly.
That one, yeah.
Great panels. Victoria Tran is the communications director. They just recently got a title upgrade.
Oh, nice.
For
nice.
Inner Sloth, who does Among Us. And so, yeah, they talked about mental health in gaming. They talked about, why these, they got really deep into why these chaotic, less cozy games really do provoke comfort within them. And it's a lot about control. It's a lot about
controlling your environment, controlling something in your life when you're feeling really out of control.
What is this song now, by the way?
I don't know. I was going to say, I think we need to change it because I heard Stardew playing at one point.
Okay, I'll change it.
Got to get back to something that's safe to play.
Chill hop.
But yeah, that was a good one. And I think we saw that this is actually, there's a recording available.
Yeah, so we will link that probably in one of our write-ups that we do. You can watch this. This was recorded, and it was a really good chat. And it was fun. It was light. They were getting serious, but they were goofing around a lot too, and just a fun group of panelists. As well as we finally head into...
Oh my gosh, could it be?
Could it be?
Could it be?
Oh, another shot here.
It could not be.
There's the Golden Lamb!
That's the lamb! Oh my god.
Whoa.
It was fate.
Dawn of the final day. Day for Sunday. Okay, we'll go back.
A quick look. It's just the back of
It's
their
the
head.
back of their head.
You
so.
can't really see.
Wait, hold on.
Wait,
what if
what?
this other shot? No, I thought maybe the side. Okay. There they are.
Right there in
See
the
the
center.
nice
You see
curls. Got the crown. Got a fuzzy
They had
little
a
coat.
really cute red blushy look.
Yeah.
It was amazing. You
Okay.
have to believe me.
Dawn of the final day. So this was a Sunday, and as we showed in the
Monday.
intro, Monday. I keep forgetting because Comic-Con ends on Sunday. This was the day where we wandered around, and it was like, what the fuck is happening? Right? Like, we were like, wait, why is it so empty? And I'm so mad because if you see, I keep pointing, but I could do it. This demo station right here, this play date, is the new game from Lucas Pope, who is the creator of Papers, Please, Return to Oberdin, Return of the Oberdin, I think is what.
I think that.
Just a great game developer, and I was like, oh my god, I wanted to play that, but there was someone on it. We had an appointment very soon. We were just looking for some quick time wasters, and we hopped on this one called Tau, which is a fun little arcadey space shooter. Again, if you're not familiar with the Playdate is a new handheld that uses a interesting cranking mechanic. And so in this game, you use the crank to just rotate the world that the ship was on, and it's constantly firing. And yeah, it's just like, it was so easy to just hop in, and again, with that crank, it's so intuitive, right? Like, you know what you're doing, you know what the idea is, you're wiggling back and forth nicely. One thing I was surprised by was the crank was so much looser. I was expecting, I don't know if maybe different games can add different resistance to it, but like here it was just very woo woo woo, like you're just flying with it. But again, just like a really intuitive design. I really want one so bad at Playdate. It's just such a cool new handheld, and it's got games from Kata Takahashi, and again Lucas Pope. Like they're getting like really big name. Takahashi is the one who did like Katamaru Damacy and a bunch of other games. To work on that thing, and it's a really, really cool little handheld, and worth checking out. Go check out the Playdate.
Yeah, it was cool to get hands on with it, because it's just so different. Like that you don't really know like what it feels like, even though you've been wanting one since it was like announced. Just to actually experience it.
And it's small, but it doesn't feel like flimsy at all either. Mm-hmm. So it was interesting. It was right after that we finally played Time Flies, which you already talked about and you saw the footage of. And then we had our day with Easebrid, a publishing company that we had just such a great time with. For one, we wanted to shout out the PR company that works with them because they made this so easy for us. Like, every time we walked up and there was a station with a sign in front of it reserved for press, and that was the one we got, and it was always like the nicest TV too of each one, like it was always like the best one. And the first game for us with Easebrid was Everdeep Aurora. Again, with all of these, we're just going to briefly talk about the demo because we have interviews for all three of these upcoming games that were all genuinely really fun and really interesting discussions that we had with these three reps working with each game here. So Everdeep Aurora is a non-violent exploration game where you use a little drill to dig into this world to find your mother. You wake up as this little cat and your mom is missing, and you're going down to find out where she is. And so the reason this was high on our, the aesthetics are really cool. You can see it has this 4x3 screen where all the usual information that might be hidden on another screen is actually just off to the sides. So to the right, you can see I have a map. To the left, you see I have my inventory. And then above the inventory, I have the information like of each item that I can access easily, which was really cool. And then in the upper left is your drill charge. And so it's just a really cool kind of design where you have access to all your tools at all times. Like, you don't have to dig through menus to find anything. It's all there. One of the things they talked about was a emphasis on interesting characters and story in that way. So just like this little encounter we have with this guy, he's like, "Oh, I'm locked out of my workshop. If only I had my key. Do you think you could help me out? If you get in there, if you get in there and get the thing I'm trying to get, you can bring it to me, and I'd be really thankful." And I was like, you ain't the guy who lives here. So I grabbed the thing and I left, because I ain't trusted that little rat. Literally.
Dang, rat hater, dude.
But yeah, it has this really cool drilling gameplay. Has some roguelike elements. Not roguelike, but the cave system is procedurally generated. It's not a roguelike. But the cave system is procedurally generated every time you go down. And so there are some things that are, permanently set in stone as far as where they are in the world. But the path through is always different as you go down, and so it's really interesting. This was just like a cool, our demo ended with me finding this, and I think it kind of broke the demo briefly. Not their fault, my fault.
It's that thing's fault. Look how spooky.
I know. I picked up this like monster drawing, and then the demo ended. It was timed, and then we had a really fun chat with one of Easebrid's producers who just talked us through some of their intentions. Again, article coming soon. Do you have anything for Everdeep?
No, not terribly, but it's one that I'm really excited about. I really want to try too. I was sad that only you got to play it, but that's life.
I know some of these stations we've had multiple, stations available to us, but here there was just one per. And so I played Everdeep, but then Fern played Demon's School, and this,
wow,
just out the gate, we have to say this was probably the coolest booth. If I had to give best booth, it's Demon's School.
It's probably Demon's School.
So Demon's School obviously has a school aesthetic, so they have the demo stations were all entirely at school desks in school chairs, and they had this great AV
perfect.
cart where they squished down the full HD footage into a 4:3 screen, so it was nice and distorted, and had the VHS filters. And again, the school chairs and tables were really cool. The big old art, key art for the game, just so good.
Phenomenal. Chef's kiss.
Yeah, talk about your time with Demon School.
Yeah, I played this one because Nate had already played one of the demos when it was on Steam.
We streamed it. It was one of our Steam Next Fests.
Yeah. So it's got some turn-based action. It's got some friendship, relationship building. It stars this group of 4 college students,
which was really cool.
That was something we talked to the developer a little bit about. Little article sneak peek. Just exploring that age group of characters is not super common in games.
And Rob says thank fuck, and I feel like you're probably saying that because of usually games like this have romance and are high school age, and it feels weird, and that is specifically something they talked about.
Yep. So that'll be part of the conversation. That will be fun. This has some really fluid action. You sort of just set up everyone's moves. It encourages you to use everybody because if you use somebody multiple times, it costs more of your action points to use them again. So it really encourages you to spread out those actions, which is cool.
So the one thing that's really interesting about this one is it's a turn-based game that has a planning phase and then the execution phase. So the planning phase, you are just setting up your actions, and at any point you could undo, you could rewind and go, you know what, I actually don't like that set of things that just happened. And so you constantly can rewind and retry and just keep getting till you really get the right setup you want. And it's really cool because then once you do execute it, I think I have one execution phase in here. When you do execute it, it's really fluid in a way that's really nice. That I feel see the action phase. I feel like a lot of strategy games just feel slow and chess, even though it's a giant battleground with 15 warriors all facing off, it's first me. Okay, now me. And
exactly.
Here with the planning and execution, you get to plan it in that way, but then when you actually see it execute, you see them all running around together, attacking. It's still obviously it's a turn-based game. It still has that, piece by piece movement, but really, really interesting system. The other aspect to it that we really love is its writing and its kind of comedy. And so the next clip that you see here is it's a follow-up on a side quest or something that we see part 2 of here in the demo, but it's this monster that it's this kid with his dad, but the dad is clearly a demon or something,
possessed.
And he's trying to figure it out, and you'll see the clip when it starts playing. It's just got a really interesting and kind of goofy writing style that one of the things we appreciated from when we played the demo is just it doesn't seem like they take themselves too seriously, which is really cool. So you can see the father, we go fun place, is Hike, clearly possessed, clearly a demon of some kind. And the kid's you know what, it's okay. He's not bad.
Normal human father.
So just a really great demo. Wild, I assume that's the PC that it's running on, by the way, this little box. Great booth, great short demo too, we had a short demo because we had to run back and forth across the same booth to meet all our appointments here. But they had a boss fight and story stuff that you could do in it. I saw someone on Twitter, the developers on Twitter, posting about the fact that some people came back multiple times and they were like speed running each other against each other in the boss fight, which was really fun. And yeah, we got this cool pin.
Mm-hmm.
We got this
really
cool pin from them.
One of the characters.
Yeah, one of the characters, photographer, just great. And then after that, Fish, where are you? World of Horror.
Fish, wake up right now.
The 1.0 release of World of Horror. So this opening segment is just showing the wild amount of randomized palette stuff you can do in this game. So it has a 1-bit World of Horror, 1-bit to up to 2-bit color palette aesthetic. All the art is done in MS Paint. I'm not kidding. It is a real thing. And they have a bunch of different color palettes. So I was cycling through these, so you can see a bunch of them here. Fern took a photo of a bunch of them, so I'm glad you did. I didn't know you did that.
I was just kind of snapping away.
And then I eventually settle on this Blood Red.
Spooky.
Which is really nice. One of the team came over like, you got an
Show
interesting
something
one.
really intense there.
Yeah. And so World of Horror is a game that's out, so it's like, there's a lot of discussion out there about it, but if you don't know what it is, it's a completely roguelike horror experience with some kind of like classic RPG systems. In here, you set up this is your like combat. You have 200 points of like combat points basically that you can assign. And so each of these abilities in here are like, these are my physical attacks, and each one costs a certain amount of time to do. I think this is actually a time meter. Certain amount of time to do, so you're like setting up, I was doing a combo of like, I had an ability that increased the damage output of an attack, and I would set that up with a heart attack, then back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's so spooky. I don't want to get too much into that part because that was a really fun part of our discussion that we had with a producer there. I mean, just look at this character design. Yeah, just really like constantly has you on edge, even if you know you're in control. Like, I knew I was in control almost
Whatever, Fish.
I knew I was in control almost every second I was playing this game, and yeah, I was so on edge almost always. Sorry, I'm away from the mic because I wanted to show another fun little giveaway, or not giveaway, but little handout. 2 of them, in fact. So here was our one for Everdeep with the cute key art, cover art. Very nice, very nice. And then this one from World of Horror is actually the art of I believe they said this is going to be the cover art for the physical Japanese edition. And you can see it's a school photo, but some of the people in this class are a bit spooky, a bit fucked up, if you will.
Some messed up guys there.
Some messed up guys. That's so cool. So yeah, we played just a short thing of that, and then had another nice long. Oh god, this got fucky.
What is this?
Hey, hold on.
Okay.
We had a nice long, like, that one was a 30. That was close to Billy. That got up there. It was like a 28-minute conversation or something. That started with a really fun long answer that kind of covered a lot of the bases for us, which was great. Great time. So yeah, this next one, I only had so much, and it looks like the video fucked up the footage here for me a little bit, but essentially this is supposed to say Peggle plus Stardew Valley.
I see what you're going for.
Equals any second now.
Equals.
I'm so sorry about that. That should not have turned out like that.
We're bad at math. We had to think about it.
We're in the final stretch here, folks. If you've been holding on, I'm so sorry. This shows how good these games are, right? We just couldn't stop talking about them.
Exactly.
Peggy's Farm, and the reason I had that weird footage in the beginning is because there's literally nothing out about this game right now.
Nothing.
We just happened
I'm shocked.
You got intrigued by it a day earlier, and we were waiting for our last appointment at PAX. Oh my god. And we walked by and we saw this game, Peggy's Farm. We didn't actually know anything about it. We just liked the style and we were like, it's a farming game. It's probably a cool farming sim. Walk up and they go, yeah, this is Peggle meets a farming sim like Stardew Valley. And I said, huh?
It's true.
Excuse me? And so we don't have the visual of it, but essentially, it really is. It is. It's probably one of my highlights of the show.
Yeah.
You start out in a big field of trees and rocks, like twigs on the ground, bushes on the ground, like you would in any farming sim. And you start with your Peggle launcher, you shoot your ball down, and it hits the trees and rocks, and first it will knock the tree down, break the rock, and the resources are out there. And then you have to launch a second one to collect those resources, and so on and so forth. And then you start planting your crops and to water them. So you plant them by just putting them anywhere on the field below you. And then to water them, gotta hit it with your Peggle ball. And after 3 shots?
I think it was 3, yeah.
A day ends. And so, it's just got that same cycle of a farming sim of, I got to do my little chores. I got to make sure I water all my plants. I got to try to get as much resources as I can. And then the day ends and you go into the next day, got to water my plants, blah, blah, blah. But it's got the Peggle gameplay where it doesn't, you're not guaranteed to get all of that done because it's up to the random chance of the ball. And so, for example, when you played... I was like, oh, that ended up probably not the best setup because Julie had planted the crops in a line directly under the Peggle shooter.
Yeah.
So you would.
I've never played Peggle. I went into this completely not knowing what I was doing.
But then shot down and then immediately the ball would bounce off away from the crops, and so it was hard to get a good combo where you got all of them. But then sometimes it actually worked out where you could you kind of bounced in between them in the middle. Mm-hmm. Yeah, what a surprising game that we hopped into. It turns out the developers are a big board game company that have made a bunch of board games, so that's really interesting. They also have a prototype for a fighting game auto battler. It's they're just trying some weird stuff, and we're all for it. I hope the demo becomes public soon, because I really want to play this again.
Yeah.
And check it out. I want to play it, period. I didn't play it, you did. And yeah, this was just such a cool game. I'm sad that we don't have footage. This is something I could have gotten footage of, but it was the last day. We were kind of chatting with the developers too, and it passed my mind,
Yep.
But Peggy's Farm, very cool.
Sneaky highlight.
All right. This company sounds like they loved Game Dev Tycoon and just started throwing 2 genres together to see if they stick, and I'm here for it. Genuinely, they're just trying interesting things, Like I said, a fighting game auto battler. What is... huh? It's very cool. Did you have... as the person who played it... I'm just trying to run through.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much it.
Liked it?
I loved it.
Nice.
Would play again.
Great art too.
Yeah, really beautiful.
That's what pulled us in.
Yeah.
And then came not our final appointment. I realized there's this and then one more.
Correct.
But we came back to Playism again. This is the team that did the Japanese indie, bringing them to the state company. I'm emulating the way I was on the last day here on the stream.
Yeah.
This is Eden Skamata, Fish, Shazame,
check in
everybody,
right
honestly, that we mostly know out here. This is a murder mystery visual novel with a really interesting design concept, which is the game evolves the game's interface and design evolves as you play. And so the setup of the story is you wake up in this facility, you see this robot, you put arms on her, she doesn't have arms or legs, and you're like, okay, what's going on? And you wake up and you look down at your feet, and there's a decapitated body at your feet, and you go, huh? And essentially, there's another robot in this facility that's like, I'm gonna be the judge here, and she did it. She killed him, and the demo is mainly about trying to prove her innocence. You see, this is the judge robot, and comes in and goes, you know, she did it. I'm gonna kill her now, put her in the scrap heap. And the demo is all about trying to prove him wrong. And so you have a limited amount of time. You'll see eventually when we get into the game, the other part of the gameplay, you have like time markers. Hey there, partner. We've got to prove her innocence. You can see there in the upper left, I have 2 time markers left. And so anytime I interact with something or ask Eve, who's our robot pal, for something, it takes a little bit more time. And you have a limited amount of time to find the right pieces of information that you need. And it's really great. Yeah, just wait, Rob. There's a great sequence here coming up for the animation.
This one was so gorgeous.
There's a really interesting... So I'll wait for it to come up. But there's a really interesting like keyword system where as you gather information, it adds to your list of keywords on the right. And you can see in the gameplay, in the dialogue, when it's like underlined and stuff like that, that's a keyword that you get. So this was our first play, and I didn't get enough evidence, and so Eve was off to die. But then Eve this is where Eve introduces the keyword system and says maybe next time we can get it right. And so that's the setup for the rest of the demo, where you use these keywords. So I'll just use this sequence here to show it. Essentially, anytime someone brings up something like that has a keyword, or even I think there was like specific like words that were like red or something where you could kind of counter. It's kind of like Phoenix Wright objection. I have a thing that counteracts what you're saying. You can pull those keywords off from the side over to the dialogue and change things up. And so eventually I had gained enough of those keywords to kind of counteract. We didn't get an interview for this, by the way, also because the producer was just not there anymore, which is fine and valid. But yeah, so that's kind of a key mechanic there. But then, like I said, the game constantly is evolving. And so this is a portion of the game where we suddenly had a major puzzle going on, and it was trying to explain why there was these random prosthetic limbs littering the ground. And it was essentially, we discovered that a ladder was created, for example, and we had to like do that and figure that out. And the demo essentially ends when you are able to prove Eve's innocence, and then something really interesting happens at the end. I don't think we have footage of it, huh?
I'm not certain we do.
Yeah, see, here's another example of using the interface, the keywords, right? One of the proof of Eve's innocence is, he thinks he has footage of Eve killing the professor, but the eyes are different colors, so you pull over the eye color keyword onto the eyes. It's all very intuitive, right? Like, it's not telling you to do that, but you just assume that, and it works. So the last here, I'll before we do that, we'll just soak in that last sequence. The way the demo ends is really fascinating, and I don't know if there is a way to go further than that, but the demo just kind of ended for us. You open up the dialogue history, which is a very common thing in visual novels, right? You just go through and you can see every line that had been said before. But Eve says, "Why don't you try tapping deeper into your memory?" Your character's an amnesiac. I forgot if I said that, but yeah, it doesn't remember anything. And so you go into the dialogue history and you just keep trying to drag past the top of the dialogue history, and eventually it goes like, and it shows like a big chunk of dialogue, like with some other character that you don't know who it is from your past. And so it's like it's constantly playing with the form, right? And we just kind of love stuff like that. And yeah, this looks like a really cool game. We probably talked more about it than we should have, considering the article. But here's now the beautiful little sequence where you go over to where Eve is, and she's kind of looking through some stuff, and you just kind of sit there and watch her, and it's just got this really cool sketchy style. That's just so cool. I love even that little bit, right? That little, you know. Yeah, so good. Anything you want to say?
No, you said it all, gamer. You got into the flow there. The flow state.
I mean, I really was impressed by this game.
I was too. That's a huge highlight from everything that we played.
Yeah. All right, go ahead. You just go ahead. Take the lead here.
So we tried this one. It was called Sail Forth. I believe it's already out.
Yeah.
Yeah, on Switch, I think.
And Steam.
Okay.
I think.
So this one, what first drew us in, I don't know if we have any shots of it, but right there to the right, they have the Joy-Cons set up on this steering.
This guy's so interested.
They're zoned in. Yeah, so that was just a really fun way to present that demo. That was super cool.
And so yeah, I heard them chatting about it actually. They these are like 3D printed mounts, and then just using the gyroscopes inside the Joy-Cons, you know. I'm curious then, does that mean there is a mode where you can just like use the Joy-Cons and do like this, you know, or is it like they just specifically coded
just
in
for this?
Yeah, just for that.
I guess
I don't know.
not sure. Anyway, so this is just like a pretty chill like sailing exploration game. You're on your ship. You're figuring out, you know, how to steer it, how to use like your cannons and your what do you call it? The hook, the
grappling hook,
or like a javelin? No, that's
harpoon.
Harpoon. Your harpoon to like bring stuff in. And yeah, so it just like had us go over to like a nearby island. There were some like pirate ships there that we fought and like collected some stuff from them. Has a little bit of a trickiness with, you know, those really limited like zones. Like when the pirate ship was really schmoving, it was like, come on, man.
Getting right in between them.
Yeah, I can only turn so fast. But yeah, so some combat. You can switch out different parts of your ship or different cannons and things like that. And yeah, just like
seems like it has like surprisingly deep customization.
Just a nice little exploration out on the open seas, you know?
Yeah, it seems like a very, again, just like kind of one of those meditation games where you can kind of just like go out in the sea, and it feels like there are missions and stuff. Frog counter. There are missions and stuff, but it's very much more just go out and see what you can see. There's a story to it, yes, but like it feels like the kind of game where you can just go out and just enjoy boating around, you know.
They mentioned that some of the characters, you know, that you come across will be like mean, which we saw in our short playtime, and then some of them
are peaceful,
might be peaceful or neutral to you. So yeah,
very cool.
That's pretty much the whole story.
Yeah.
Nate had a little chat with one of them and back behind me while I was playing.
Yeah, they it was like one of the few times like it felt like you'd be surprised, like the badges did, you know, help us a lot, but like so often it felt like people didn't actually like bother to look, you know. And so like we were playing and I could feel like I saw the devs kind of like, hey, you know, like keep an eye on them. And then as soon as we got off, you know, kind of like came over and was like, "Hey, what's up?" You know, like
what side are you with?
Yeah, and checked in with us, and so we had a fun conversation just about the game and kind of the intention, which was really cool. And yeah, it reminded me vaguely of the Assassin's Creed kind of sea combat stuff, but like in a much more approachable and accessible, format. And it was an interesting game. I'm excited to check it out. So this is just a brief little thing we wanted to hit on. As you can see, I'm wearing one of these shirts, but I'm not wearing either one of those shirts technically. I'm wearing the pink version of the one on the right, which is It's Video Space Games, not video games. Because obviously, that we are video games are good. It's not video games are good. It's video games are good. And so we saw this shirt and we were excited. And we have been interested in Mighty Yell's offerings. And so we stopped by. And it was very cool because it turned out to be this just really great chat. These are members of the team kind of show these from their Twitter as they were showcasing. This is who we had a nice long chat with here. Dave
yes. Proctor, I believe.
Yeah, who is the CEO of Mighty Yell. That's what's nuts
just
about
chatting
PAX.
With the CEO.
Like, you just are wandering around and you just are chatting with the CEO of the company. Is just hanging out at the booth, and so it's just really cool. And he may or may not have hooked us up with some code action, so you may be seeing some IDL stuff here on the VGG stream. Just saying. But I bought this shirt because it just perfectly aligned with
the pin.
Yeah, it perfectly aligned with Oh wait, let me do that thing. It was a really good chat that,
it was just such a casual, Monday afternoon of day 4. It was just so chill to talk to him.
And yeah, he again was another person I really appreciated. I pitched him on the site in our concept, and he really appreciated that. And yeah, again, we got some code action. Well, I won't.
Nice.
Hidden inside. Oh, we did get
secrets. Oh yeah, and stickers.
The 6th sticker. I'm not switching again. We're almost done. I'm trying to power through.
Ghost on a skateboard.
But also, I'm gonna have to reach out and see if it's okay. I assume it would be. I don't know why he would say no. But both we got codes for their games, Big Con, and they have another VR game. Julie owns the Big Con, so we don't need 2 codes. And then the VR game, we only have 1 VR headset, so we don't need 2 codes. So maybe even a giveaway, who knows? But if not, don't hold it against us, We're
gonna see if it's an option. Why not?
But really just enjoyed that chat. Really felt like and I don't know. Immediately the morning after, the CEO of Mighty L, Dave, tweeted, "You really meet some really cool people at PAX." And I don't know.
Totally about us, for sure.
I think that was about talking to us.
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't know what you think, chat, but I think that.
Everyone's thinking it.
And then we headed to our final demo appointment.
Last one.
It's not the final game.
No.
But what is our final appointment of the show? Final thing that we will have an article for on the site. Mirthwood, which is a really interesting farming sim. Do you want to take the lead on this one?
I will do my best. Mirthwood is... I'm so out of it right now. Mirthwood is a farming sim plus RPG. Is that the genre?
Yeah.
Yes. So, it sort of switches it up with having these skill cards. You choose these traits and a class and sort of a backstory, which region you're coming from. at the beginning.
So I liked it. I took a picture of this. I didn't realize this was in the trailer, but I took a picture of the screen from the demo, and it's at the end of this sequence. I liked in Peasant. I took a photo because specifically the downgrade for Peasant, which is you are socially unpolished. Where are my socially unpolished gamers at?
That's the one I chose. I was like a
criminal.
What
peasant from like Orsia or something.
From whichever one gives you like compassion or something. Yeah. So I was a compassionate criminal.
Meanwhile, I was a noble actor.
Yes, of course.
And
the
so
fancy boy.
The thing that I really appreciate about this game, and again, we don't want to go too far because I have to remember.
We are going to cover this.
But one thing I really appreciated from the demo was we both had very different experiences.
Yeah.
Julie got out, so you start at like the dock. You like washed up here basically. Your ship crashed, I think, because there's a mention of like, oh, my chest survived the crash. And I will follow the path, and I'm like, da, 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 da. I start running into people. I'm like, hi, how are you? Another inspiration for them, and like a key part of their system is actually the Sims. So that like the actual conversation system is very like Sims inspired, where you kind of pick like between these different categories of conversation, and then within each one there's like, you know, more nuanced types of conversations. So like within flirt, there's like a bunch of different kinds of ways to flirt, and like different characters appreciate different things, and it becomes this whole thing, right? And I'm out here, I'm flirting with people. I got rejected because I flirted with one guy who was like a little too anxious. And so he rejected me. I went to a bar and I was hanging out in there for a little bit. And then I went home and started farming. Meanwhile...
So I truly inhabited the role of the criminal. I was just out here doing my shady business, you know, running around through the woods and stealing things from boxes that I encountered. I started walking down the path, like I think I was going the right way, and then I like came across someone who was trying to stab me, and I got into a little sword fight and I killed them. And then after that, I was just kind of like lost in the sauce. Like I wasn't even following the like go to town prompt or whatever it was. I just like kept wandering around. I got in another fight. Then I came across wolves. And I was like, I'm not going to try to fight the wolves right now. And yeah, we just had like totally different experiences. I didn't even come across a single person.
Yeah.
Because I never went into town or whatever. But yeah, it was very fun. And that's like sort of what this brings to the farming sim genre is, you know, you can really like pick a certain life or career and stick with it. And you can also, like, mix them up a little bit and, you know, choose to be, like, an adventurer and a rancher or something, you know. They have just multiple different ways that you can explore the world, and it just seems really cool and promising.
Yeah, the whole concept is you can just choose to be a farmer and you just never get into combat, or you run away from combat and you just focus on farming and being social. And there's some really interesting interactions, which we won't spoil, with the townsfolk and stuff like that really make it a really just compelling experience where you can just choose to live out a life within this world with all the systems they've got. It has a clear ending. It has a story with a clear ending. You see that RPG kind of element come in that way, which is something that farming sims technically have some clear endings sometimes, but it's kind of hard to get there. And yeah, just a really interesting take with a lot of really interesting systems that we're super curious to see how they turn out, and even more stuff that, you know, we're not talking about here that you can keep an eye out for in the full release, which I think they're working. So they've been working kind of part-time on it for a very long time. They got a publisher and they are now working full-time on it. I think there was some mention of maybe like, some kind of early access next year. Was that right? That could be totally out of my ass, but
Yeah, I can't remember.
But
we will have that
and the article.
The article, which you should read. But yeah, they were really cool to talk to. It was a 2-person team, based in the Washington area, and they were just really nice and
appreciated our questions, and yeah, it was a good time. I'm just gonna now. I'm limiting my both of us by the limit of how long I put stuff in there. There might be so little though. So finally, we were able to hop onto this game, Pacific Drive. The demo station was booked completely every time. You can see this is footage from another day, where the demo stations were taken up, and it was like lines. It was like impossible to get in. The demo is about 15 minutes, so it was also a long demo where it's kind of hard to squeeze in, and to commit to waiting could be 30 to 45 minutes of a wait, if you're like third in line, So we never got into play, but we finally did on that Monday where there was barely anyone in the building. So that's me on the station. Pacific Drive is a kind of run-based open world survival crafting game with a car as your main tool. You go out into this world, into this dangerous zone. I think you actually do live outside of this zone in a safe place, but you go into it, to get resources and things. And you're scrapping old materials out in the world. You're, upgrading your car, putting stuff onto it. It's really interesting. You mod your car. You can see on the bottom left, I have kind of like car abilities. You saw I just use like a boost. I wasn't sure what this was, and I started getting attacked, and I freaked out. I was like, oh god, oh god, oh god. It's all about kind of like those I started boosting like crazy. It's all about those interactions within, like really interesting interactions with the car, where you can see I had the map off to the right. I keep pointing. I have the health of the car there to the middle. You have to get out of your car to fix it every once in a while. It's very much selling that idea of something similar to like Days Gone, where you have like this deep relationship with your vehicle, right? And you want to protect it and keep it safe. So you're slowly modifying it, slowly changing it over time, and it has this really interesting system that way. You'll notice here, you have to put the car into park. You have to turn the key to turn it on and off. I'm sure you noticed that was something I struggled with. I kept forgetting that was something I had to do. I kept having to be like, oh yeah, I have to go down here, turn the car on. I have to go down here, take it out of park, or the other way around, where I'd be like trying to park on a hill. Oh god. I'd be trying to park on a hill, and then I would like, forget to put it in park, and then it would just start rolling off and I'm like, So it really forces you to keep those things in mind and be a little more deliberate with your actions. And yeah, it was just a really cool demo. I died after 15 minutes, like a storm whips through and kind of kills you. And but I was super excited to play that, even though it's similar. I feel like it was probably similar to Magical Delicacy for you, where it's like, oh, this was cool, and I'm glad I got to try it finally. But also, like, I really wanted to just sink in.
Yeah,
I
just
really
need more time.
Yeah, and so like it just kind of ended, and I was like, oh, I barely did anything. Tiny little picture here. But
Devolver.
We have a little video too. We wanted to showcase Devolver's booth because it is so beautiful.
Cool.
Oh, that's me. I was like, who's this guy?
Who's that cool guy?
My
Who's
eye.
that cool, handsome guy right there.
Devolver had a ridiculous booth. Giant movie theater-like booth. They had the shooting galleries that you saw Sonic at. We did not get one, but if you did the shooting gallery, and you had to win too. You couldn't just like do it and that was it. You could get one of these wizard with a gun hats.
They were so cool.
Ugh,
the lines were so effing long.
Yeah, that was another
weekend.
ridiculous long line situation, and we just had too much to get to, so it was just too hard to sit in the lines. And when we finally had a chance to, no more hats.
They were out.
They were out of hats. But we did hop in, and they had multiple games. They had Pepper Grinder and Gunbrella for demo. For reasons I will not disclose, I did not play Gunbrella for demo, but I played Pepper Grinder, which is a really cool little platformer, drill based. A lot of drill games these days, huh?
Oh, with the merchandise. Drill.
As you'll see shortly, I was a pro at Pepper Grinder. So we came to the last day of the show, and they had a bunch of, you could see here, they basically said, play the demo, get a prize, or, get a thing. And you see there's like a gotcha machine here. And I think the way it was supposed to work at any other point during the show was you play the demo, you go to the gotcha, turn it, you open it, here's what you get. And there was like temporary tattoos. Was there a pin? There was a button.
There was a button.
A button. Yeah. There was this drill, all kinds of silly little things. We go there on the last day. They're like, you can have whatever you want. Just
take multiple.
Take it all if you want. And so we took like a temporary tattoo each, or just one, and then we took I was like, let's just go big. I didn't get a hat. Let me get something,
Something to remember.
So
something for the memories.
I got the drill, but here's Pepper Grinder. Has a really good kind of flow to it. If anyone's played Ori and the Blind Forest, you'll know that one of the abilities, or is it Will o' the Wisp? One of the Ori games, if not both, has a drill-like ability in it, and it just feels so good. I mean, you see, I entered a flow state, baby. I was here. I was just diving through stuff. It felt really good. It felt really cozy. And it's just a good time. I don't know much about it. I knew of it, obviously. There's a reason I wanted to play it, but
just Googled Pepper Grinder.
Shut up, bro.
Freaking McCormick, dude.
It's coming in 2024. And yeah, I really loved the feel of that. I am so excited to play it more than, I knew of it, but now I'm like hyped to really get in and play that at launch, because that just felt so good. We didn't get the full demo play, but like I was just going. I was schmoving, baby, and it felt so good. So you might have noticed, as Rob has mentioned in chat, this next footage chunk is censored, and that's because Julie was just trying to get like a cool establishing shot of the booth.
They didn't have their sign up, okay?
And let's see if actually we could see it here.
I'm not a criminal.
So it's back here behind the monitor. You can't really see. There's a sign that says no photos or videos of gameplay footage. And so the guy
was just like laying on the table. Yeah. They didn't have it like up.
That's why the guy, I think, was chill. Like,
yeah,
he was like,
no, it wasn't a big deal.
He was really chill about it, and he's like, oh yeah, maybe if this sign was up, that would have helped, huh? And
but I was just like, I don't want to get blacklisted by Sega, so.
Julie told me not to use the footage at all, but I was like, I think it's a cool little shot. So they said the loading screen is fine.
Yeah.
So I took it upon myself to blur out the brief bit of footage that you can see. And
excellent shot.
Thank you. And yeah, so I got to, again, last day, we're just roaming around, seeing what's available. Hopped in here to play Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. So this is a punished Kiryu. This is somewhere in between some of the other games. Also, really? I thought that was hilarious. His, like, hidden name is Joryu. Oh, it's so sneaky, Kiryu. Mm-hmm. Kitty-chan. And this is... So, the Yakuza series, now known as the Like a Dragon series, is so ridiculous already, right? It's... they have, like, basically anime superpowers in their fights. But now... Kiryu is like a secret agent in this game. And so you may hopefully see in this demo that not only does he attack people, but now he's got some secret agent shit, like a spider web thing that allows him to grab multiple enemies and swing them around or pull items towards him. He's got rocket boots that he uses to like, you literally like drift around and like bash into people. And it seems like the main story of the game takes place on this in this casino land, which is entirely housed on a giant ship in the middle of the ocean. I wonder if it's one of those classic we're on maritime law out here, so it's not illegal, you know. And it takes the already ridiculousness of that series and amps it up to another degree when you have rocket boots and a spider web like attacking thing, and he has like little bombs you could throw out. He's got a drone. The demo was really cool. I would have sat there and played for a long time because it had, you could play like the casino games. So I literally played like a few hands of poker just because I was like, this is what Yakuza is about, baby. And then there's you could go get dressed up. There was a cabaret bar where you could chat with hostesses, and outside people are saying like anything you could, all your desires can be made reality inside. And so I walk up and they're like, do you want to chat with one of our hostesses? It's time to get comfortable. And I was like, maybe not in a public demo setting. It's not like there's no nudity or anything in these games, like, but it's still like, it's weird, you know, a little bit. And so I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna save that for when it comes out.
Sure.
And then I went into the battle arena and did a few rounds there, and that was fun. There was one where it cut me off in the middle of try to kill 100 guys, you know, on your own. And so like it was 1 versus 100 with Kiryu, and it cut me off in the middle of it. But yeah, it was cool to finally get in. So the Sega booth we were like circling as something we wanted to do all week long, and it just never kind of panned out. And they had a Persona 3 demo where if you played it, you got a tote bag. And one of those other situations, on Monday we said, this is the day we can go do it. Go over to it. Line is capped for the day. And I think they were out of tote bags. And so we were like, oh, okay. Well,
classic Monday vibes.
Yeah. But then we went over and got to play Like a Dragon. So that was fun. Not something I was necessarily for sure going to try to do. And I had a good time doing it. So. And then comes...
Let's go!
Disassociation hours.
This was so perfect. Like,
so,
freaking 4:30 p.m.
Right before PAX, it was announced... This is barely any footage of this, so...
Yeah.
Right before PAX, it was announced that Power Wash Sim is having a collaboration with Back to the fucking Future. And if you know me, I mean...
He's the guy.
Love Back to the Future. I stay winning. Monkey Island and Sea of Thieves, and now Back to the Future in Power Wash. Like,
thriving.
You kidding? Already so it was so cool to see the mall, you know, just all around you here. This mission was cleaning the DeLorean, and so all I really recorded here was the aftermath where you get to see the speed time lapse of washing the car. And it was so funny because we finished. So yeah, we just sat here and Julie just, like I said, disassociated. Just was the final day of PAX and Julie's just like cleaning this DeLorean fully to 100%.
That's what you're supposed to do.
I know, but like
that's the game.
We sat there for like 20 minutes just playing this.
You played all kinds of 15-20 minute demos, and I just stood there.
I'm just saying, it's the end.
This was my time. This was my time to relax, to unwind.
But the funny, yeah. So then we looked at we like finished cleaning it. We're like, we did it, and Julie wasn't wearing the headphones this whole time, so we don't hear that something's happening. And we finally look up, and yeah, the DeLorean has
gone.
has done a cool time traveling 88 mile per hour thing that we just totally missed.
We saw nothing,
which is hilarious.
We'll see it someday.
Yeah,
you know?
That's why we
surprise.
We weren't spoiling ourselves.
Yeah.
So yeah, here's the footage of the.
Just trying to experience it.
The time lapse Oh, baby, look at that thing. And I thought it was really cool because, yeah, this is how it looks after it does time travel, right? It's all frosted over and kind of grimy and gross. And so it's like cute, the idea of like, oh, we'll clean it up for you before you go out on another mission.
And this back part with all the wires and stuff, it was so hard.
Look, you can even see visually you looking down as the car goes away. Just staring at the ground off to the side.
How was I to know?
And this is how they revealed it, which is so... I didn't even catch this either. I was like, did you do it already? I was like looking away because I was like in the way of the exit for this booth too. Yeah, the Out of Time license plate. Cannot wait to play that in full.
Heck yeah.
More excited than for that than I was, SpongeBob and stuff, So I like the collaborations they are doing, though. Give me my hint.
Your what?
This is one of the... I did not think I was going to buy this, but it just was too charming not to.
It's pretty cute.
My Renane hat.
Little chompy.
This is a game that we kind of have some light connection to. Rinx's...
And some light coverage of, actually.
Yeah. Rinx's buddies with the developer. Here, I'll show this on here. Like online buddies with the developer raids over to his channel where it's too bright. It's too white and it's too bright, so it's just washing out. It's got a pink bill, chompy on the top. And it's actually a hat. I did not realize this until we tried the demo finally. It is a hat that a character in the game wears, which is really cool. There we go. So yeah, we didn't get to meet with the developer Squidly, but we kept like missing him, but we did finally get over to try the demo, and I'm like, as I was playing it, I was like, I think I've played this. So I must have played this a while ago and not realized what the game was, or that, I kind of maybe had a connection to the developer, and, so that's kind of funny. But it's a really cool, bouncy little platformer. Has some mechanics inspired by fighting games. So at this point of the show, I'm fully disassociating. My feet hurt so bad, and
like you can't imagine.
Like just pure pain in every step, in every moment I'm standing. And so I'm standing at this station. I'm like wiggling around because it hurts, and I break the demo. Like the game just completely freezes, and I was like, oh. And then I'm trying to fix it, and I like accidentally access their like level select, like back-end developer level select, and I'm like, oh. And I just reset the demo, and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna leave now. And we leave, and we're like, there's like 15 minutes left. What do we do? I know I'm a hacker. But I mean, you can see this is a really, really cool game. This is actually published by the Completionist, which is another layer of interesting, where, a YouTuber is coming in here to the publishing space to help make indie games happen. And this is a really cool game. Oh, there's the character wearing the hat, the pink chompy hat, with a chompy who was also wearing the hat.
Nice.
Chompy's a great mascot. They had plushies as well, and yeah, like they must have done great. Even if I hope it translates into sales or even impressions, but hats all over the place, plushies all over the place. They were surprisingly dominating PAX. They had a really bright light, like neon light for Chompy as like one of the first things if you walk into the building. Like that was one of the first things that really catches your eye. So like they did a good job figuring out the marketing there. There's Chompy going at it. Yeah, Renane, really cool game. I don't know exactly when it's coming, but it's been in the works for a while, so it must be soon-ish. yeah, we just wanted to stop by that and had a good time with it, even though we were nice and exhausted.
Mm-hmm.
And the last game that we played that we don't have any footage of was Wild Country, and this one is another wild time. So it's literally, again, 15 minutes to the end of the show. We walk up. What I assume are the developers. That's the other thing. It could not have been, right? Are just chatting at their desk. They're done. They're done with the show. But we're here, and we want to try this game. And it's essentially like a board game, card game. Yeah, like city builder. And it's competitive. It's a competitive city builder. So you're both building your cities side by side, trying to make the most money. And it's got some interesting systems where you can like destroy certain buildings on their side. You can power up. You like put down cards for like powering up commerce buildings or natural buildings or Also, you had more of the time and I'll finish and then I'll be done because I sit down. I start playing. I'm again still fully disassociating. I must have been like disassociating so hard that I was like hitting the technology as well. Mm-hmm. Because I sit down, I play like 2 hands, demo breaks, it freezes, and I'm sitting there like, and they had like a clear thing on screen like over here. Oh, you can't. Where's my mouse now? How come you can't see it? Is it just too light? It's off to the right, and it's like a box that is clearly like checking for like errors or potential errors, like things that could go wrong. And mine's like bright red, and it's clearly like supposed to. It feels like it's meant to be seen from afar, so you can go, "Oh God, that demo station's breaking." All right, let's go fix it. They're checked out behind me again. Totally get it. I'm not. I'm disassociating. I'm barely present.
Yeah, you also could have said something, but we were just like, it's fine.
Yeah, and so I'm just
the
like,
end of the day.
I take off my headphones and I'm just sitting at this station with a frozen demo, and I'm just watching Julie play. And so yeah, you can talk about the actual experience of playing it if you like.
I mean, I also only played a few minutes, so I don't even know. But yeah, basically just what you said, like, you're working towards certain goals of like, I think I also had a goal to like destroy like 3 commercial buildings for them in addition to like getting more money, I think is the main quest, right? So I was still trying to figure out all of that and like how that plays together, but I mean, it was fun.
This is how the demo started too, where we were kind of outside the world, and it's like you're like challenging different animals in this world to it. That's how we both started. You like walked up to someone and was like, "You want to fight me?" Okay, and then you go into it. So
see, I didn't even see that. I was checked out for that part.
But fishing, maybe that's interesting. But yeah, it has this really cool board game style, and like the versus thing is really cool. Versus city builder is a really interesting concept.
Yeah, you're just trying to like find optimal spots for what you're putting down, and
I think each turn you get more action points, which is those acorns in the bottom. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Rob. Yeah, so I'm Gary. I don't know how far the third person stuff goes, but that looks really interesting. Yeah, you have a certain number of action points in the bottom left that allow you to use certain cards. Obviously, that goes up every turn. Yeah, really interesting conceptually. Excited to play it in a more stable environment. But that's Wild Country.
Would love to play when I'm mentally well someday.
One day, maybe. And guess what, chat? That was everything. That was
pretty much everything.
That was everything.
There's at least one like interaction that we forgot. I don't know if you want to talk about that at all. On day 3. There are a couple.
Yeah, okay, so
there's one that's you and one that's me. I don't know where you wanted to put the one that's me.
I'll do mine first.
Okay.
So, some of you may know I really like the games of Strange Scaffold. That's what I was hinting at before.
That's what I was telling you. You forgot.
I remembered. I've forgotten now because I'm tired. Yeah, we are.
Yeah, you have
wrapping
done
up.
Very well at missing every single thing, Ben.
Ben, there's a
That was
very
amazing.
what was the Ben? Oh, Roboco Ben. I
Roboco.
will clip out that and show you individually, but it is 100% your shit, my guy. Okay, let's continue.
Let's get into
at the start of day 3, we're going to the Arch building. We have appointments there, you know, we have a full day. This was the indie hell yeah, Bradley. I appreciate you. This was our indie day, right? This was our indie stars day. We had, you know, Greg, Chicory Greg, Billy Basso, Animal Well, Spirit Swap, you know, all these great hitters. You might know I love the games of Strange Scaffold, the creators of such games as an Airport for Aliens, currently run by dogs.
Yep.
Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator. And my brain, Witch Strandings. And coming out soon, El Paso Elsewhere.
Sunshine Shuffle, did you say that?
Sunshine Shuffle. There you go.
Most recent one.
And the studio is run by Xavier Nelson Jr. And I knew that Xavier was at PAX. Day 3 starts. We're about to head into the building, and I'm stopped. I'm ready to like kind of relax before we go in, and I go, Xavier? And he goes, yes. I go, it's me, Nate. And the reason I say it like that for video games are good is because we have communicated in the past and you know, talked back and forth on Twitter, and he's, you know, showed a lot of appreciation for the reviews that we do, not only just because we like his games, but, you know, also like, you know, he appreciates the way we write our reviews and stuff, which is really cool. And so yeah, we hang out. You know, this is hug number 2, and it was a really cool moment because, you know, I'm just we just say hey, and I'm like, all right, well, you know, good to see you. But then he goes, let's walk and talk, and he just hangs out with us for a hot minute as we just wander into the, you know, the hall, and we talk about what we're doing that day. We talk about the industry. We just chat for a good like 15 minutes, and it was a really good time, and it just felt really cool, and it was a great way to start that day, you know. Oh, but you may have realized that you know, we asked the question. We asked the question of whether or not we were able to meet OFK. And clearly we are at the end now. And we have not shown anything to show that we met AFK. So I guess that means we didn't meet OFK.
Yeah, the answer was no.
Isn't that sad?
Yeah, it's pretty sad. I really wanted to meet them.
It's fucked up, honestly.
Yeah. What are you looking for?
Huh?
What are you looking for?
I don't know. I'm just trying to look through to make sure we hit everything.
Okay.
Just looking through to make sure we hit
he's just
everything.
Looking through. I mean,
what would you have said if you were able to meet OFK?
I don't know. I would have been really quiet probably because my brain was dead.
Oh.
And I would say, hey, I really like your game. I streamed it one time. And very good music on Friday. Really enjoyed that. Thanks.
That would have been nice if we could have done that.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, sometimes it's not in the cards.
Yeah. But what if I reshuffled the cards?
Yeah? And what?
They just would be different cards, and then I would meet OFK. And you also would meet OFK. I have these physically. I could have just pulled them out like
I know,
5
but
minutes ago.
But it looks better here than like holding it up to this camera with the light glaring on it.
Okay.
So yeah, we got to
We
meet
met OFK. We lied. Nate lied. I'm so sorry.
I forgot to put it in the video.
Yeah, I know.
It was gonna be my finale in the video, but I forgot. But yeah, we got to meet OFK, and we actually don't own a copy of the game, and so they were like, "Hey, we'll do like free Polaroids if you." Well, we don't. We didn't buy it. The copy we do have, we didn't buy. Yeah, but we didn't buy it. So they're like, "Oh, if you buy a copy of the game physical, you know, we'll take a Polaroid and hang out and, you know, blah, blah, blah." And so I just instantly on my phone bought a copy, and there we go. OFK loves VGG. We had a custom made debug, which is the cat from the game. Yeah. How do you feel about this, gamer?
I feel so happy that we got to meet them. I feel really sad because I genuinely was very, like, exhausted at that time and, like, practically, like, just kind of nonverbal. And so, like, you talked to them a lot, which was great. And I was there listening, and I was like, yeah, I like your game. So, you know, that's what the situation was. But it was just really cool to meet them and be up close with some really cool folks that I admire. And yeah, got some signatures. Those are gonna be worth $1 billion.
$1 billion.
Billion. I'm telling ya. And the cute little debug, we got to choose. They had several options
that they'd just been like making,
stocking up, drawing just like on the fly that day.
When we went to go meet them, Greg from Chicory was there.
We kept running into Greg.
He was at Pepper Grinder. He just kept showing up, bro.
I just kept being like, "Hey, is that Greg from Wishes Unlimited?"
And I said,
and it was.
Yeah, every time.
Every
More
time.
cards we didn't show.
We got cards from practically every game that we were in proximity to, whether we requested it or not.
We had more goodies. You can show the Concord.
Some more goodies. We bought this Concord from Garden Story.
We bought it for Rinks.
Yeah, we bought it for Rinks, but Rinks already has one. So this is our Concord.
I think it was in the video. I forget if I put this in there or not, but I think I did. If I didn't, I fucked up. But
No.
We got a Fight Crab 2 Crab Claw.
Alright, careful now.
Oh yeah, we forgot to say this. The gotcha machine that our friend who's doing Project Anomaly was for little stickers of some of the characters from the game. And Fern got the kind of ring-inspired...
I got the spookiest, scariest one. That one scares the crap out of me.
Do the hand thing. It doesn't work.
It does work.
It doesn't work.
There. You freaking doubting makeup gurus on YouTube.
And I got this, like...
Ding dong.
I feel like it's, like, lightly Kappa-inspired, but I think there is a Kappa in the game, too. But it's like a... It's like a sea monster. It's not working, bro.
You have it too close. I can't see the camera. Am I there?
It's not working, bro.
Am I there?
Anyways.
I'm there. You can see it. You get the picture.
We got a power wash pin.
We each
really
got
cool.
one.
Yeah, we each have one of these. I should have just grabbed more, bro, because they just were like trying to get rid of those too. Roboco. Oh yeah, I got this. It's a.
What is that one?
It's Kitty, like bashing someone in the head as a pin.
Nice.
You can't really see it. It's blurry. We need a better camera. And
we have a better camera.
You know, Pepper Grinder. I think you got one of those too. The Kitty ones. Pepper Grinder, pin, button. Yeah. All kinds of goodies.
That's the goods. All right. We did it. Did y'all have fun? Did you have fun? He literally is like back in freaking like day 2 vibes.
And now
right
I got
now.
Ben trying to correct me about camera shit.
Don't listen to him. He doesn't
Give me
know
the claw.
he doesn't know what it's like.
Give me the claw.
He doesn't know what PAX brain is like.
I'm a claw. Ben.
What is that?
Don't look at this. Chat, ready? That's our secret Jollibee ranking grade sheet.
Good thing you can't see it because of the white balance.
No, it's
so
the
trash.
focal depth.
No, it was the white balance. I can tell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's PAX.
that was it.
We have so much. We have so much to do still now, but we
Yeah.
wanted to do this as our first thing, to capture everything that we got up to in PAX in one little video, one little stream for everybody.
And to make sure y'all could hear about the experience, because so many of you supported us even to get there. So it's one thing to read the articles and another to share, just the day-to-day, like what it was like to be there. So
Should I
hope
put
you
are
enjoyed.
good?
Sure.
It's video games are good, and then not video games are bad.
Whoa. Calling out our hater account.
Our
video games are evil
bizarro
hater
version,
account.
bizarro version of us. Oh yeah.
It was very fun. It was very chaotic and stressful.
We know exactly if we get to go again next year.
So many improvements.
Everything
can be made.
we're gonna change about going, and it should be even better. And even with all those things that were part of it, that made it a little bit more hard, a little more complicated, a little harder. Still ended up such a great time, and
Yeah.
we're so happy to have done it. And now we get to do the hard work. Tomorrow we are just spending all day starting up the writing process of all these articles. So we have
Wish us luck.
15 minimum,
Yeah, something like that.
and then maybe some extras for just experience, discussion, and as our first PAX, and all that stuff. So
And our question that we asked to everybody.
yes, yeah. Teaser.
Teaser.
We may have
spoiler.
asked every developer we met a specific question that will go into a fun little article that you'll have to wait and see. But that was fun.
No more info about that.
And we have several reviews.
Woo!
And we're still gonna stream every weekend. Maybe not this weekend.
We can revisit that at the very least.
I still have to edit that Jollibee video, or else everyone's gonna yell at me.
It's true. They will eat your flesh, I think.
What if I just put it up raw?
Do it. Y'all want to watch 50 minutes?
What if I just leave the stream on right now and just put it on right now? It's 50 minutes of us eating Jollibee.
Oh man. And we were so stressed. Driving in Seattle is so nuts. I never ever want to navigate
What's with
there
the
again.
bus only lanes?
It was disgusting.
Bradley.
I hated it. I
What
hated
the
every
hell is that
second.
about?
But yeah, so we were fresh out the car, eating our Jollibee, just
Anxious.
so much adrenaline flowing through us still.
I was pretty excited about the Jollibee though.
The Jollibee was good.
And it hit.
Yeah,
I might eat that for dinner.
good. Do it.
It's so scary though, Evan.
Well, see, I didn't learn to do it there. I learned to drive in a town that has 5,000 people. So
Honestly, Evan, I think yeah. I mean, when you live there, you get used to it. But just
I don't want to get used to it. I could never put in the time and the energy to get used to that.
the main thing for me was again the weird, but the main thing, and we talked to several people, they all agree, there's like several bus only lanes that like sometimes are okay to use and sometimes aren't okay to use. And then there's some other ones.
But you have to use them to turn. Otherwise, you can't turn.
And then there's other ones that are painted that you can never use. But then the other ones you can use sometimes to turn. But if there's a bus there, don't. You know, like, it's just like, what the fuck?
I can do a whole other stream about just talking about hating the car culture in Seattle. Absolute worst part. If we ever go again, we're like taking a train.
It probably is a much better public transit city.
Yeah, I mean, there was public transit everywhere, like from the second we arrived. Like, I'm sure it's pretty easy to get around that way.
We've basically agreed if we go again next year, we're just gonna like take a train and do what we did this year, which was get a hotel that's like right outside of the convention center and just walk around everywhere else that we need to.
Yeah.
Which,
the hotel situation was great, actually.
It was like literally across the street
Yeah.
from the Summit building, the newer building, which is great. Yeah, maybe. Seattle is thinking big brain. Just making the city so unpalatable with cars that people never want to use them.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, sucks for tourists.
All right. Gamers, let's see if there's a raid to do. And
Let's
if not,
see.
we will just leave.
Gamers, it's been a blast.
I made my Starfield character last night.
I still haven't touched it.
Did you know that?
I knew that, yeah. You were up till like 3 a.m.
He looks like me a little bit.
Nice.
Yeah.
You know, it's really cool. I saw somebody made, from Immortality, her character from the 70s. Marissa Marcel's like character.
Minsky Marissa?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I don't remember her name. Like, was it like Franny? Something.
Franny, it was Franny.
Something like that. Someone made her and it looked like really pretty accurate. It was cool. I saw her tweet.
Yeah,
that.
the character creator is pretty good. Yeah. I was playing, I was so tired last night. I needed the gift of playing it after all the work we did. So I played a little and I was just so tired. I literally got to the like pirate planet in the very beginning and I was like, I just need to stop because I'm too tired right now to enjoy this and it's making me sad.
Yeah.
We're just gonna raid the melons.
I would love to go hang out with the melons. That is a fantastic idea.
Ultra melon.
Love the melons.
Here, I got you, Julie.
You gonna write the raid message? What a relief. Nice. That's a great one.
All right.
Handled like a pro.
Here's the raid message. Yes, thank you, Bradley. Of course, please, everyone, keep an eye on VGG. Share our articles once they start coming out. Do all that you can, because one, it supports all these great game devs, and two, it supports us. It shows these game devs that we were the right people to talk to, and that all means a lot to us. And yeah, let's go raid the melons.
One last thing, I just wanted to say we quietly got up the last of our Bit Summit coverage.
Yeah.
If y'all want to check that out, Rinks and Green covered. They did like a sort of overall article with several different elements of what they saw at Bit Summit, and then dived into two specific games, Monster Box and Fishbowl, and they both sound really great, and I think they're going to be stuff that our community likes a lot. The Fishbowl one just went up. It's about a really cool, like, narrative sort of visual novel, really beautiful pixel art, so make sure to check those out.
Monster Box is like a cool competitive,
Yes.
like, dice game where you roll around your little box and hit certain like spells on the screen and stuff. It looks really cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's go raid the melons. Again, here's the raid message. If you missed it, copy that and send it all over to the melons. Let them know we're here. All right.
Yeah, man, let's go. I'm so stoked. I can't
I-
wait to ride
I'm
the
so
mountains.
hungry now,
Let's
too.
go. We're
I'm
gonna
so
go get some
hungry.
food. Thank you so much for hanging out.
Rest. I'm
you
working
silly
immediately.
gamers.
But
I
yes.
am, but yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I am too. What the heck?
Okay.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. Good night.